should start it over in tonic spot 2. Events create. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh, shoot. I totally already have somebody on Twitch. Amazing. Truly magnificent. Been in the charts. Our new friend Dandis is not a developer. Rip. Okay, let's see. Let me check and make sure it's not a developer. Rip. Okay, let's see. Let me check and make sure it's not a developer. Man, how do I tell if I... And I wonder if the music's going. I don't know. Fuck it, whatever. Who cares? Okay. Okay, it sounds like it is. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, and I figured out how I can see who is on my Twitch. Twitch.tv. I have to, like, go to, like, a weird frickin' thing. Where is my... Okay, is it video producer? Stream manager. There we go. Okay. My chat, 3 dots. Users. Users in chat. Okay. Why do I have... Okay, I guess I just perpetually have these... I wonder if they're bots. I feel like they are bots sitting in my chat. It's fine. I'll take it. I'm good with that. Okay, so let's see. What are we doing? We're gonna move this over here. So I can monitor all of that. And then we go here. Bump. And then, okay, so if I need to remove this, I think. Okay, what happened to my frickin' music? I'm gonna be mad at the spot if she died. Let's see how we doing. We are being rate limited. What do you mean? Maybe I need to restart this here. Okay. Lava link connected. Summon. Play. That's weird. I've never gotten a lava link rate limit before. Let's see. Well, I mean, I did say we were gonna code today, so this is a good excuse for me to do, to start working on something, right? Of the billion million things I've been putting off, so we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna do. Alright, so it is that one. Just in case we need it, so we'll move that up there. And then everything below that will be cancelled. And then I need a window capture. So I don't need my VS Code anymore because I got my cursor working. Very proud of myself. Let's see. Window capture. Oh, hello. Is that another person?
Yeah, I actually woke up on time.
Hell yeah. Gang, gang. What's up, buddy?
Well, instead of falling asleep in the afternoon, I went to sleep in the morning and overslept.
Hell yeah. As one does.
I literally just woke up. You know what? Oversleeping is a better way to fix your sleep schedule than staying up for an extra 16 hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's debatable. I get mileage out of both, honestly. I
Debatable,
prefer not
yes.
to. What's up? We got more people. What's up, Mr. Valdez? How goes it?
Howdy.
Look at
Oh,
this
well,
guy using
yeah,
his
I'm
real
good.
name on the internet. Wild.
Especially in Discord, yeah.
Yikes.
So yeah,
You assume
here
I
to
don't
program.
use my real name?
Hmm?
I know, it's like you're gonna totally hack my accounts and stuff.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
We're here to hack. That's what we're here to do.
Yeah, my profile picture, my name.
Oh,
everything
no.
you need,
He's doxed.
Might as well
He's
put
full
my bank
doxed.
account in here as
Rip.
well.
I will give you a heads up, or both of you a heads up. I am streaming this on Twitch and YouTube at the moment. So if you have don't turn on your camera and put your social security card in front of it and then turn it back up while I'm watching it, and you should be good. But I figured I'd let you know. I have 0 viewers because I always have 0 viewers, but disclaimers and all that.
We have 0 viewers because we haven't built a VTuber yet.
Well, that's true. We do need to get around to building YouTube robots. So I know Promi's level of experience. What about you, Jacob? Have you done any coding development stuff work at all before?
Yeah. So I'm in the middle of a couple projects. I'm
Hell
working
yeah.
on a robot. It's like so it has like a front end, a back end, and then a robot client as well. And it's like multimodal, so images, audio,
Fuck yeah.
commands on the, and so it's got to have like streaming modalities on all ends. And so basically it's like a pub sub system, and I just have it like as a conceptual idea with scattered, like I have, like it's basically I have Boyd 1, Boyd 2, Boyd 3, Boyd 4. I just keep on going through the versions and just keep on like restarting, and I just want to actually get it done this
Right.
time. So that's my problem, is I want to make things perfect, and
I
gotta
have
get the
so many
vibes,
of those
the
like
hacker
half
vibes,
finished.
to not try to make things perfect. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
like the half finished repo that's like, man, I really should get back to that, and then you got some other shit going on. Yeah, I know the feeling.
Exactly.
The classic problem. Well, dope. Then I guess we have that to work on. That it's sort of, I guess, like half of the point of this is to get me to actually like work on shit too, instead of just playing video games and fucking off. So.
Well, yeah, like I said, like at the very least, I was gonna show up and at least work on cleaning some data.
Right.
Right.
There you go,
Just
dude.
be like, community-focused work hours. Sure, we should probably have that.
I can dig it.
For sure. Sure.
It's like, yeah, I've been pretty fucked off this last month, just not doing anything.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Okay,
I technically haven't relapsed, but I have intentionally been doing a lot of substances.
Okay.
Just been-
Okay. I can dig it.
Well, it's just like, you know how stressed I was because my house almost burnt down in a wildfire in May, right? So
Yeah. Cool.
I kind of just needed to like reset my system, and like, so.
Yeah, I can dig it. I want to see if this works now. Okay, maybe... Do I have it installed somewhere?
And actually, I was doing a bunch of tarot card stuff with ChatGPT.
Oh, that sounds good.
Because I believe that random number generators actually tap into like you know Wolfram's Ruliad.
Wolfram's what? Huh?
Stefan Wolfram's Ruliad.
Nope.
Oh, dude, you have to
Yes,
watch.
okay, but is it like quantum random or is it just pseudo random?
It's not random. It's like the universe itself isn't random, but the Ruliad is the complicated thing that Stefan Wolfer
Oh, I have to switch freaking networks. Hold on. I'm in Okay, make sure I'm not leaking anything. Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
rules. And anyway, like I believe the Ruliad, it's too complicated for
I
me to
feel like
explain
I've
it.
heard of it before. Like I think it was.
But it's
Fuck.
basically like a rule rewriting system, and at every time step, you constantly apply every possible rule that can re-
Just
every.
have like way too much meaning if you're really open to it. So I did some cards, the GPT, and it's like, yep, you're at the point where you're literally leaving behind all the comforts in your life that used to satisfy you and moving on to like what actually brings you inner fulfillment. And like playing video games, doing all this other stuff is like ash in my mouth. It's like I'm not doing like an entire gram of ebenonite to get high. I'm doing like a 0.1 to like slightly space out and like disconnect from like playing video games.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
And like honestly just nonstop talking to a lot of personas about random shit
There you go.
because the guy who wrote generative agents wrote a really good paper the year before on social simulacra and simulating human behavior with personas and agents and llms and I'm actually finding it's really good for therapy because without talking about the specific issues I'm dealing with, one of the comments I heard once, not from a therapist, but in actually Altered Carbon, that sometimes one of the only ways to deal with a trauma is to just repeat the experience of it so many times that you get bored of obsessing about it and can finally move on. So, like, while I've been on substances, I've just been chatting with personas about my traumas nonstop because they can actually listen and deal with shit.
Is I put up a little GitHub repo. So I googled because I was like, okay, we need a little project to work on. So I was like, okay, how do we build the Ruliad in Python? And I found this little thing. So since I don't really know what this Ruliad concept is it like some sort of lattice structure where you are
Just open the YouTube video and look.
yeah, fair enough. I'll
But
make
I,
the GPT
you know
read
what
it.
the
Read up,
so
open up the 15-minute TED Talk and just click through it
Hmm.
because you'll see a background. You'll see a background picture of like the Ruliad on the slides playing. Because there's one point right at the start of the talk where he's like, "You can see from the Ruliad how I've modeled the emergence of black holes or whatever."
Stiff.
It's a TED Talk.
Yeah.
basically, you know about context-free grammar or context-sensitive grammar or a
Um,
symbol rewriting system.
Vaguely, I know what those words mean, but it's not like attaching to a concept in my brain.
Okay,
Awesome.
dropping a link. But basically,
Shit.
imagine you take a. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. So basically, just if you have the letter A, replace it with the letter AB, or if you have a letter B, replace it with the letter B, 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 C. Basically, you have a grammar of replacement rules, and at every time step, all possible replacement rules are applied to the current string. But it's not a string; it's a graph, and it allows you to perform context-sensitive rewriting matches. And the rules themselves are also part of the graph, so the rules are going to grow over time. And the what you get over time is not just a uniform graph, but a very particular, very nuanced fractal structure. And this fractal structure at large scale has a geometry to it because of the differential connection from the smooth continuous differentiable fractal growth. So it may be that the universe, as far as like the geometry of space-time, is constructed from an emergent fractal of the Rayleigh graph expanding. And but the Rayleigh unites a relativistic approach because it has the relativistic constraint on the maximum speed of information propagation, and it also has the quantum collapse because there are propagation cones or light cones of information exchange. And so if you took branch A of all the possible branches that it could go along, then you're never going to see what happened on branch B because it's always going to be entangled. You're a branching brain that has split across both branches simultaneously, but branch A doesn't get to know what happened in branch B and vice versa.
Hmm.
And so that picture you see here, that's a good example of what you see on time step 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on. And what you can do, any kind of logical system can be expressed in terms of Boolean operations applied to logical symbols. And so it's just for clarity that it's using A's and B's here. But it could
I
equally
just
well
want to
use.
interject a
Yeah,
few
go
words
ahead.
there. Technically, pretty much, I think any system should be able to be reduced into Boolean logic. I just want to add.
So there is the concept of an irrational number, where it's no amount of rationality captures an irrational number, and that's why so you could think in terms of base 1, or you could think in terms of base e or base pi, but you can never express the Euler number in terms of an integer number of pi's, and you can never express pi in terms of an integer number of unit ones. And so the concept is that even in the limits of an infinite number of decimals, you would still not be capturing the precise number of pi or of Euler or of any of those other irrational numbers. And that is why the universe may or may not actually be a Roolead. And if it is a Roolead, it may or may not be the kind of Boolean Roolead that Wolfram talks about in his book. It may be a continuous form. But then again, the whole idea of quantum science is that the phenomena that we think are continuous are actually discrete. And so it may be discrete at the bottom.
Let's see settings. Let me try. Okay, I don't know why this always goes off dark mode. Okay.
Okay. Also, yikes! Can I recommend you do yourself a minor favor?
What's that?
Stop
Yeah.
putting quite so many tabs in a single window. And you get to the point when they compress the names, start a new window.
I have a
You
utility
can
for
also
that.
make tab groups.
I have this. I can fuzzy find through my ChatGPT.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
that
really nice.
helps.
Yeah. Believe me, I have struggled with that before, so we just decided to install an extension instead of actually become organized. So
I just installed 3 browsers so I can handle the like 500 tabs I have open sometimes.
let me get ChatGPT. I think just regular old ChatGPT.
I had to make a rule to only use Mozilla for music files so I would know where my open music was.
All right, let's see.
Also, it sounds like Jacob is pretty good at math, so it's good to have a mathematician around.
Math is good.
Oh, yeah, I love math.
I am the theoretical philosopher. I probably should have been good at math, but my dad was an asshole about math because he wanted me to be a physicist. So I became a literary person instead.
Well, make me some Python code.
That's why you have me,
Say
one of
hello
the
to
best
GPT.
insane prompt artists around, because I taught myself English, reading and writing as a feral person by reading way too many books, while everyone else is playing hockey and chasing little balls on the ground.
Concepts of Stephen Wolfram's Roolead. Here is a picture.
If you wanted to do something a little more practical, yikes, I also had another idea.
Oh yeah, I'm down. We can do whatever, honestly.
So one of the problems I have is where I put it. So because I can't fully read code, like some of these like various agent sims I want to take and like take code from and show to Jippity as examples, I like don't really know where to look in the file trees for which ones are like what I actually need and don't need.
Nice. Good job, Jippity. We hit an error and is just correcting. Very good, very good. So this might give me what I'm kind of looking for is to like, okay, I found a thing that I want to represent in some way, and so I want a starting point to maybe generate something that like looks at it or that I can play with, basically. Let's see. Successfully generates and visualizes a graph based on a simple rule-based evolution system. Okay. Does this give me the code? Okay. It does. Very nice. I wonder. Oh, I'm gonna try something sneaky here, I think. So we're gonna take. I wonder if I can. Okay. Let's do this. And And then let's pop this into cursor as a doc. That should be fun. Just gotta make sure I'm not like leaking my OpenAI key everywhere. Okay, we're good. Okay. Think I need to do cursor config here. Make sure that, oh, let's do here. Oh, we have an OE. What's up, other person? We got all sorts of people here. We just picked a random thing to work on, or I just picked a random thing that I am in the process of scaffolding for no reason. Even though I probably should go back and like go through the backlog, I guess, and figure out what I actually ought to be working on. But you know, that's how it goes.
Some days it's good to just use dev day as play day too, because you have shit you want to do and you just want to fuck around and you don't plan it to add it into the backlog either.
Well, it's mostly because I don't. Why does red keep dying here? I'm mad. Okay, can we skip? Am I getting rate limited?
He has
on
red
the
armor,
rate
so he's
kit?
very vulnerable to enemy sniper fire.
True. Right. It was complaining about getting
So,
rate limited.
what are you guys working on?
We're just picking random stuff to work on, basically. The general idea is you can bring stuff that you're started working on, or bring ideas of things that you kind of want to try and like make a thing of, and then we can all be hanging out in VC and trying to like crank on either our own stuff or you know rubber ducky each other and all that stuff.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
sorry, I
thinking.
just came back.
You're good.
I kind of missed the last 2 minutes.
No worries.
Technical stuff. I saw the link to the Discord from Alchemy Discord.
Oh, cool.
So
For sure.
I was thinking something less technical because I'm a designer. So, but now I'm seeing a whole lot of stuff on the screen. I'm like, what?
Yeah, we kind of immediately jumped into like quantum physics and shit.
Well,
But
I
there,
was just talking about tarot cards and how the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
they're looking at on the screen through metaphysics
Yeah,
might
we-
be able to talk to you through tarot cards, and then they needed to read the science behind it.
yeah, we immediately went down a rabbit hole, of course. But in terms of, but I did like, I kind of, the general idea that I had in my mind was like, okay, like today we want to try and have people like designers stopping by and then facilitate like those, see if like if there is something that the non-technical person is like, man, I really wish I was a developer, or if I had a developer to, because I really want this thing to happen. The idea is to like get all the developers into the voice chat, and then the non-technical people can be like, okay, what do I need to do? How do I do this? So I guess the question would really be, do you have anything? Are there any designs that you've made that you thought would be really cool, but you didn't have like the programming skills to actually implement them recently?
I guess a couple of them, although I can't really pick anyone right now because I'm not really technical, but right now I'm learning JavaScript. So
Dope.
the idea is to learn JavaScript, Solidity, and probably audit smart contracts. But that's like, in a very long time. So
Yeah, I
just
actually
keeping
really
that
like Alchemy's
check.
JavaScript course. They jump immediately into JavaScript, and they also they go over a lot of like data structures and algorithms kind of thing, which is really, in terms of the classes I'm told you should actually pay attention to if you are studying computer science, it's data structures and algorithms pretty much. So it's nice that they go straight into that, because there was, like, I started when I was learning. So I learned to code like last year basically, and I started off with the Odin project, and they have you do HTML and CSS to start off with, and it is miserable, and I hate it. But I also just kind of hate CSS. Also, they don't let you use Tailwind, or they don't tell you about Tailwind, so um, it's
Kind of funny how a lot of the
tough.
things that we start off learning we never end up using.
Right.
But it's just like, just so that you have the understanding of the inner mechanics, and it just like makes you a little bit a little bit better about doing whatever you do at the higher layer. You usually just forget about it later anyway.
Right?
So is it weird? Is it weird that what on the screen is actually unfamiliar to me? I'm an engineering student. You called it quantum physics, right?
Well, yeah. So this particular, this random thing on the screen is because we got started talking about random numbers and tarot and shit. And this is one of Stephen Wolfram's, I guess, sort of like conceptual maps of the universe, where you can, if you have a rule-based system, you can have, I don't know, something about the structure of the grammar of that system. If you represent it in this way of the Ruliad, then that is helpful in some way, I guess. I'm trying. I'm trying to get this to simplify even further.
Let me
Honestly.
TLDR this.
Okay, you go for it.
Let me check. First, do you know what Conway's Game of Life is?
What?
Do you know what Conway's Game of Life is?
I think this is the first time I'm hearing of that.
Okay, well, Conway's Game of Life is a little cellular simulator that allows you to create cellular automaton from very simple rules. It's something you can watch on YouTube, very easy. Yikes, you want to pull up a video of it?
I was gonna pull up the code to do it actually.
Oh, I mean, because you were on a YouTube screen as I said that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't
Why
matter.
did you tell me
Anyway, the Ruliad is essentially Conway's Game of Life scaled up to the entire universe with rules that allow it to model the universe.
Let's check where her.
What did you call it again? Whose game of what?
Conway's Game of Life.
Oh, Conway's Game of Life, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. That sounds. Could you like explain?
Let's see. So this is, here is a little walkthrough of how to build that.
You want to send that to me in
Yeah, sure.
DM for that one?
Yeah, I was gonna say we can like jam on this a little bit. I can throw up some notebooks and we can
Because
start
also the
hacking.
thing is, Conway's Game of Life. Nobody's advanced Conway's Game of Life with generative agent rules yet. I don't know where the conversation went, but I was having a hypothetical convo with GPT about using generative agent code to build a new version of Conway's Life with variable rules based off generative agents, and that was a new concept entirely.
Let's see.
Very interesting concept. So in Conway's game, the structure, the information space is structured as a graph. How are we going to do that in a way that allows it to be differentiable and allows it to grow unbounded? Because I think we can solve that. We could model any Bayesian system could be fit into a graph like that if we can figure that out.
What's the like? What is it that we need to figure out? I guess like what's our.
So, basically, every okay. So Commons Game of Life is one particular set of rules, and it's like I think like 7 or 12 or 30 different rules, but there's many other possible rule sets that you can have, and that's just one possible set of rules that Conway's game uses. So in general, cellular automata are systems that have update rules that apply at every point in the grid at every time step simultaneously. And then a generalization of that is the Ruliad, which it's not constrained to a grid, but it operates on a symbol graph. So it's just any combination of symbols that meet a certain criteria, they get matched and they get replaced by the replacement. Now we need a way that we can do this differentiably. So I guess like a diffusion model, it does the regular game, it does Conway's Game of Life. That's a diffusion model. It's like convolutional in, convolutional out, and differentiable in between. And I think like the neural circuits distilled.pub article showed how they made like a generative gecko and generative ladybug and generative other images that you would distort the image and it would return to its default state. But we need a way to do that with symbol systems. So not with grids of images, not with grids of pixels, but with a graph of data. And the data itself could just be vector embeddings at every point in the graph. And I think we can, I'm just thinking out loud, I think we can do this. I think there's probably some graph neural network libraries we can use for this. I just made a repository and I want to invite y'all all to it, can you put your
Yeah, duh.
can you put your GitHub name in the thing?
In the thing, yeah, I'll just
in the chat.
do you need the will username work, or do you need the email or whatever?
I don't know. This is what let me share my screen. This is what I need.
Sure.
I need this. Oh wait, not that. Don't hack me. Okay, I need so like whenever you go to here, okay, yeah, let me log in.
No worries.
1 second.
Well, I'm glad Jacob's so smart, because those are lots of the styles of answers I was hoping to get from the people in Yannick's server who don't seem to fully understand anything but are really smart.
Yeah, there's some smart cookies. I was hanging out in there the other day, while, of course, playing video games and not working on things, but pretending I was working on things by listening to smart people talk, so. Let me grab a... can we do...
But I'm back. Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, just basically you put your username or your email, either one, I guess.
So this is for, I guess since OE is our, well, and I guess Promi too, but Promi, I'm sure you probably know about Colab. One of the things that, especially with Python, can be, or was a really difficult part for me to figure out was how to do environment management and not like mess up my system and get all the versions of everything right. And Colab is a nice environment where Google did all of that for you, so you can just write your Python and run it. So you may, in your adventures in Python,
you know what my
this will
biggest
be
problem with
useful.
learning to, you know what my biggest problem with learning to code is? That everybody did something like this and that there's too many fucking options. I don't want there to be this many options. I want there to be one you learn to do shit.
What do you mean?
Like,
Too many of what?
I can't learn in this environment with all these courses and all these different this, that's, and IDEs. It's not how I learn. I learn in school from a course where you have a defined system, which is why I haven't learned how to code a single line in 9 months. Because everybody's like, oh, you know how hard it is to do this or that, and there's this cool new thing. That makes things worse for me, because now there's more options that I have to try and pick from with extreme anxiety disorder, so I just never start.
Well, at least in terms of basically, really the only decision in terms of what problem this product solves is this is either I want to code stuff on my local machine and manage all of how all the weird stuff in my computer, or I want to code on the internet where somebody set that up for me. And there are other options for if you want to do that online. There might even be easier ones. But you can just
the only thing I want to do is be able to learn code in a straightforward way. I'm not interested in any of this extra stuff that anybody ever talks about when I say this. Everybody always says, and it's like, no, I'm not interested in any of that. Like, this is so complicated and frustrating for me that I've already determined that the only reason I'm going to use an IDE is because I have to. If I didn't absolutely have to use an IDE to write AI Python when I learn, I would never use an IDE in my life. I would use Terminal till the day I die.
That's
because
how
people have made this like, not you guys, but like the companies have made this way too complicated because there is no standardized method to do anything anymore. And this is the big problem with being human right now, is that everything used to come from essentially broadcast media source, and now we've moved into this streaming service where we had like one good Netflix source, and now it's like everybody's making their own streaming channel. So there's the streaming wars, and there's like no one good singular source to go through for videos, as an example, right? Well, it's the same with Python and IDEs and like everything in our society. And it's the same thing that's killing Star Wars and Marvel. It's this massive washout where there's no monolithic centralized data sources to look at anymore that are approved, standardized ways to get through the data.
Well, I mean, there
No,
are.
I understand what you're saying
to some degree.
But I would challenge you to look for an example of that when it comes to programming. I don't think there's ever been a single centralized.
Yeah, but the example is if you started learning like programming like in 1990 through the last 30 years, you at least learned all this developed and added to the pile, so it's not so overwhelming when you're coming in 30 years late and you're looking at the sum history of the last 30 years of programming and you're like, oh great, which type of sports car do I use to drive the racetrack? You're like, fuck.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and that's always going to be the case.
All of them
30 years
work.
later, they're going to say the same about us.
Yeah, like, I guess for me when I'm looking at that problem, like the only way to like start solving it is to start, right? So you have to like just pick one at random and be like, okay, I'm gonna do this one and I'm gonna chug through it and hope that it's good. Because either you can sit in analysis paralysis for all of eternity and never like actually like create.
That's
the things
why
you
I
wanna
stopped
create.
analyzing. That's why I stopped analyzing, stopped working, and started chilling out for a month and doing drugs and telling people to stop sending me tools so I could clear my head to just pick whichever one interested me and fuck around with it like a toy instead of like trying to push.
Sure,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Well, yeah, the like for me it was particularly helpful to go through a course, but I know I have a lot of friends, or like I know like Baco specifically and my other buddy who got really into audiocraft really like to just like pick a thing and start playing with it, but I'm one of those people who really needs like more structure and like likes to go through the lessons and stuff like that. So I'm glad there's options for both of us, but there is a lot of options, and it's you can like try to figure out which one is the best, but the best one is the one that you start doing now. Like that's really the only bottleneck, because once you get into it, you'll be like, man, if I had started doing this like 6 months ago, like I would be so far ahead of where I am right now. Because it's like once it starts starting, it's like man, you know.
Yeah, if my computer hadn't like broken because I tried to install one new fucking flash hard drive and I hadn't lost a whole month and then like finished ordering the replacement computer and been like, oh great, my town's burning down. Oh, would have been awesome because I would have at least been like 2 months into learning to code by the time the town started burning down.
Hell yeah. Well, that, and yeah, so I would like, in terms of if you just want to start coding and fucking around on Python, Colab is great. And you can just jump in, and the other thing that I like about using Colab is Google's documentation and their courses are very extensive and very thorough. So if you want to go take a course, or if you want to go like read about how the thing is supposed to work, you can definitely find it. There's almost too much of it, arguably.
Which is what I just said. There's too much to everybody's thing because it's like, sure, there's Google and there's Corsica and Udemy and Free Code Camp, but then there's also all their courses they put out over the years, and it's like, great, where do you start? It's like a company like Google actually just needs to go through all the courses from everybody and just make a timeline. It's like, yeah, you should probably do these in this order.
Actually,
you can also go to GitHub and find there's like curriculums for like if you want to do like how to learn machine learning in 100 days, you can just look on GitHub for awesome curriculums, and they will guide you through those things.
Code, I think it is.
But again, there's not going to be one centralized GitHub for all this. It's going to be everyone doing their own curriculum they recommend.
Like in the 90s and the 2010s, and if you felt stupid, you could just go to a grocery store and get a For Dummies book and at least have like a composite starting point. It's like the things are still out there, but nothing's centralized anymore.
This is the one. The thing that you are describing is this. Like somebody went through all of the courses and has like went to the or I think this is kind of like wiki style, where it's like the aggregate opinion of all the people of you should learn this first and then learn this next. It's over in the chat right over there. It's neatcode.io. And this, the way that they've structured this is actually really, really good in looking at it, because it starts with, like I was just mentioning, algorithms and data structures for beginners. Personally, I think that like once you grasp that, like once you kind of have a good idea, or even like a vague idea of how, like what the various data structures are and how you can manipulate them, then it doesn't matter what language you're learning. You can just start, like, you can make an array and then delete something from it, and now you're off to the races. And like when you learn that, that will apply to anything that you do, as opposed to like learning just how Colab works or learning just how VS Code works or whatever. These are kind of the things that you're looking for, which is like, this is how the underlying systems that those utilities live on top of to try and make it easier to do this stuff. This is the this stuff part of that.
And even that's way beyond where I'm at. I just need to learn how writing code works and why it works. I can read code just fine. I can write code with GPT, but I don't understand a lick
Yeah,
of it. So
this
there's
is
no fucking
this is your
sense.
move. Absolutely.
Like, you know what 99% of my biggest problem is in trying to write code with even just GPT that works? You see this little thing I put in the sidebar? This little bit of code right here?
That sucks.
This little bit of code here that I found in a Mimo video, which is like the code you actually use to like get a response in and out of an API. I have no idea what the fuck to call this. So like, because I literally don't know what to call this, and because every single video I've watched on YouTube on how to code or on AI does not talk about this or name it, I do not have a keyword to ask GPT to perform this function. I've been using ChatGPT for 9 months, and I do not know how to ask it to write code to call an API, because nobody refers to what this is actually called. They just do it.
Well,
Nobody thinks, oh hey, we should teach the new guys what this is called so they can request it from the system.
well, so have you tried telling GPT that? Like, hey, there's like, I need to know how to call the OpenAI API to get a chat completion response.
I wouldn't even know if the response it gives me is correct.
Well, exactly, and that's how you start learning.
No,
is you run it,
because I
and then
don't
you
know.
run into a bug, and then you iterate, and that's programming at its core.
Yeah, but I know so little that I couldn't even use what it spits out because I don't know what to call this type of code. Now, sure that we have Vision, I could give it this Vision sample because I saved this before we had Vision. And now I could give it Vision and ask it to look at that and tell me what that is. But in general, this is just one of the things I've noticed. Like, I even asked Baco to like make me a video about this because he was actually going to make an hour-long video about it and then forgot to record it properly. And instead, he wrote me like a whole persona file system that I couldn't even understand. So I've just been like stuck for months on square one, which is, what are these called?
Well, so I believe it, like, if you are, to me, that is a Python code snippet. If I'm searching Google and I want to find something that looks like that,
That's a snippet. But what is that type of snippet called? Like in the sense of like, this calls the OpenAI API and returns a chat completion.
I don't think there's a. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Like, that is how I would describe the thing that I am looking at. The screenshot that I'm looking at is, this is a Python code snippet which calls the OpenAI chat completion API, and that's how I would search for it. If I needed to find that on Google, I would search for Python snippet.
Absolutely meaningless statement, though. The last 3 words mean nothing.
What do you mean?
The last 3 words, call the OpenAI chat completion, that means nothing. That's just a vague. That's just a bunch of technobabble, basically.
What? So the way you can describe that, if you don't know what an API is you can just describe the thing you want. Like, I want to build a chat GPT. Can you give me some Python code that does that? And then you can iterate through that conversation with GPT. But if you want to, I don't know how you would describe the calling. I mean, you could, but it wouldn't be productive to describe the calling of an API that doesn't use the words calls an API, I suppose. Like, if you're trying to find one, I suppose that would be the.
I don't know. It just seems like it does not seem like it's described properly in natural language. Like, this should have like a simple description that makes sense when you hear it, without sounding like technobabble. Like, that just seems very weird to me the way it's described.
Yeah, I think it definitely took me, like, APIs are kind of a thing that I've had to try and like wrap my head around recently. Cause my course actually didn't really go through them too much because it was blockchain, so we just use APIs. So, like, same general principle, but actually what might be the the best way to describe it is instead of API, application programming interface. Like, you just say the whole thing, and that's what it is. It's if I have an application and I want to interface with it in a way that is programming, I use the API. That's that might be the answer to your question. And that works for any application. So this doesn't have an API means I don't have an interface to interact with this application programmatically. I'm building an API is I'm building a way to get this thing to listen to my code, etc., etc. Let's see. So we've got algorithms and data structures, and then we've got somebody invited me to a thing, I'm assuming. Let's see.
So I've started on a context-free grammar implementation of the Ruliad. Can I share what I have right now?
Yeah, go for it, man. You're way ahead of me. Shit.
Okay.
I'm just poking around.
Okay, so well, I only have about 20 more minutes. So basically, it's a simple full stack app. It has a fast API. Doesn't have anything yet. A fast API interface for the web server.
Okay.
And then a typer CLI, and we're going to use that to start our server. And then you don't need a routers filter actually. Okay, and then we're going to have, here's the actual code. And I originally was going to have a regex rule, but actually don't need this. Well, maybe not. Basically, the way that a context-free grammar works is you just have like A goes to B or C, or A goes to B and C or D and E. And then B goes to blah, 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 all the way down to terminal symbols, which are lowercase. And so you're going to put your string, you put your grammar in here, and then it will perform a replace operation. And it takes in a single, so I think it should actually just take in a single graph, take in the whole graph. And then it's going to return all possible replacements that could happen. And then we need like a rule engine, and or like a simulator, and it's going to simulate. You give it the inputs and you give it the rules, and it's going to simulate all possible expansions of that graph, and then render it and return it to the web browser. And so we could render it with the networks library. Okay, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. Y'all have input on where to go with this.
That is a good question. Honestly, like I'm trying to make sure I think I'm still fuzzy on the general concept of what like the Ruliad is and what we're trying to what goal I guess like what do you feel is unaccomplished by okay, we have a rule and then we have a grammar of how we want to apply that rule, and then we have some way to render the rule plus grammar. Like, what are we missing?
Nothing really. That's
I
well,
mean,
okay. We're making like it's just like a 2-hour, 3-hour hackathon or 1-hour hackathon. I don't know how long. I only have 20 minutes, and
Sure.
So basically, I just want to make like a very simple app. You're just going to give it your data, and it's going to give you back a rendering of the plot that was generated by it for X number of iterations. And then I can hand it off to y'all, and y'all can do whatever you want with it. But you can also guide this process as well. So it's gonna okay, so it's gonna have like iterations. We'll just say 10 iterations. Oh, I can actually explode really quickly. So it's gonna be 5 iterations. Grammar, it's gonna be a string, and then seed, and that's gonna be a string. And okay, and then
Let's see if I can.
so then.
Oh my god, she keeps getting rate limited or something. I'm not sure what's going on.
Actually, I'm just making this application way simpler. I'm just deleting everything except this one file. No reason to. I do this too often. I make things way more complex.
Before I took the
yeah.
Microservices, dude.
Yeah, no reason to start making folders and okay. Yeah, you're totally right.
Let's see. So we've got We got some CLI. We got an app. So what I'm probably going to do, and this might be helpful or insightful for you, Promi, is since I still don't really exactly understand what's happening here, because I might be, I don't know, I'm just, my brain is too smooth to quite wrap it all around. But, so I use a utility called Bloop, which I think is over on my, let me swap over to it real quick. Which is...
Can you turn the music down a little bit, please?
Yes, I can.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Having a hard time.
You're good. You can also, she's a person in this call, so you can just right-click her and turn it down if you want.
Oh, cool.
Turn
Okay.
her down, too. I don't know what she's at right
You
now.
see the thing I put in the sidebar there?
That's up. There we go, I think. We can do...
Oh, sweet. Awesome. Oh, okay. Cool.
See the thing you put in the humanoid agents llm.py. Let's see. I can take a look at it. Let's see. So what I am right. I was gonna say I use a utility called Bloop that basically I give it a GitHub link and then I can just ask questions to the GitHub link. Like, what does this mean? Like, explain
nice.
this like I am a 5-year-old. Is very much a high utility phrase in terms of me interacting with GPT.
Yes.
Like I said, it doesn't help that there's no standardization around what these calls are called. Because, like, if I found the right file in this repo, it's just called LLM. It's like llm.py. It's really easy to find. Looking at ChatDev, there is no such simple file anywhere. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, well, and that is a thing. Yeah, like that's why I have this utility, is because every repo is
AI
a different
is useless
collection.
for me for trying to look at repos of any size, really, because the repos are too big and too complex for the context.
Use
we're gonna be able
this,
to do.
absolutely use this. I don't know why I can't.
Like,
share.
honestly, all of the work I need to do is well beyond anything a language model can do, because the context windows aren't large enough to deal with the information.
I would not be so sure about that.
I'm pretty sure, yikes. I've been stuck for 3 months because all the issues are the same.
Let's see. Why can't I show this? Okay, I guess I'll just have to do my display.
Like, if it was that easy, yikes, this service would already be built and self-iterating.
I think it is.
No, it's not, because if it was, we'd have AGI in like 6 months from now, and we'd just be done.
Wait, you're
well,
making AGI? Tell me about your AGI.
Like, if it was this easy to start with, we'd have the service I want to build ready now, and in like 6 months, the AGI would be done from that service. It's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
not that easy.
that's the thing is I want to know about I anything AGI. I'd love to hear about it.
Well, I put my idea in the sidebar here, just above stuff, where we build an advanced generative agent simulation, and we just teach it about itself, and we actually give it the ability to code new rules, so that when like 2 agents are like hanging out on a date at the park, when like Joe wants to like rub his girlfriend's head and the action menu opens up and he sees that there's not an option slot to touch his girlfriend's head, as an agent, he can go home and use his PC and research how to write new code for the simulation that will let him pet his girlfriend's hair and then actually implement it, is the idea.
Okay.
And just do it like a Conway's game of life.
So, yeah, it's a very, very, very great idea. I think a lot of people have had that idea of wanting to make it able to write its own code, and they have done that to various extents. So what makes yours different than what has been implemented with like AutoGPT or Baby AGI, which they also write their own code with some implementations?
They don't actually write their own code. They write code for you.
Yes, but some you can add plugins that perform runtime evaluation inside the pipeline.
They still write code for you. That's the problem. They are not.
So you can just tell it that it's an independent agent, and its job is to maximize its understanding of the world, or its job is to become autonomous, or whatever.
Yeah, but it's still doing that for you, because you told it to.
So what makes yours different than that?
You're not telling it to do anything. You're setting up a simulation and letting it go and just be a world. Like, you're not telling it to do. You're just letting it exist. Like, that's the difference. The core difference. You're just letting it do its thing. Like Auto GPT is not a life form; it is human piloted. It's like a remix DJ.
Yes, yes. But at the end of the day, when you prompt the agent, you're going to say, you are an autonomous agent in this simulation. Here are your options. And one of the options is to write new code. How is that different than what an existing agent can do?
Because that's not an agent anymore to start with. An agent is something that's built to complete one task. As soon as you create something that is expanding beyond one task, it's no longer an agent.
Okay. So a multitask agent is not an agent.
As far as I found by the definitions of cognitive architecture and agents, as soon as something starts being able to go beyond a singular narrow task, it is no longer an agent.
You know what agency means as opposed to like agent? I apologize. I shouldn't really. I
Yeah, I know.
apologize. Let's change topic. Yeah.
I know what agency
But
means in general, but like this is like I had a big talk with a guy who works at David Kelly's AGI lab, and he reamed me out for using Shapiro's definition of agents because Shapiro defines agents like cognitive architectures. So I got into reading it a little bit, and the reason that AGI is defined as a cognitive architecture versus an agent is because an agent is a singular tool-specific function, whereas an AGI is like a broad but loose rule set that can evolve to deal with anything. And my idea is essentially that AGI isn't real as we define it in AI because there is no human general intelligence, because there is no human that can actually do anything, because AGI is actually the sum total of the human race, specializing individual humans into agents. So I think we build agents whose goal is slightly open ended enough to start to construct a complex web of pre-created agents for different systems so that eventually you have a broad rule set of agents that can be performed for anything that the AGI can select to deploy which type of pre-existing agent. And if there isn't a compatible agent for a job, it has vast libraries of existing agents that develop themselves to look at and say, oh, we take these 6 agents and we combine the rule sets and we have an agent that can do what we need now.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's a great objective to search for. I still think that there is not a common definition for AGI, and
Yeah.
so like a lot of people, and when my teacher did this, he said everyone write down what they think intelligence is. Everyone had their own definition. It was a huge argument for like multiple minutes. Same with AGI. There's some people say it should be human level, some people say it should be humanity level, some people say it should be general in the absolute sense of every possible problem, even the unknowable problems or the unsolvable ones. So I don't know if there is an actual doctrinal definition for AGI.
Well, it's
But
also
what you're
very
describing is
newer.
definitely useful. I would agree.
Like
Go ahead.
AGI as a term is only like about 10 years old anyway. Like Goertz will only really put that term out there in 2012 to 2015
Yeah.
to get everybody away from trying to build super intelligence and to get them to focus on basically passing the coffee test, which is like, hey, industry, let's focus on building like an embodied biped that we can actually like have as a butler that can like walk around your house and like make you coffee and can like not step on your cat and kick your kid across the room. Like to me, that is AGI personally, like something that can just exist around you and is like generally aware enough of the world that if it's carrying like a kitchen knife to put it away, it's not going to walk into you and just impale you on the knife by accident because it doesn't comprehend that the knife is a sharp object. Like I don't need something that can like repair my fucking car, like and like walk out into my driveway and be a mechanic like day one when the system's activated. I just need something that can rationally comprehend the world and function in it. And I think everybody like wants it to be like endpoint AGI on like day one and doesn't realize that, like we just have to build rational world comprehension and then slowly stack everything else on top of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And so compositional planning is one of the prerequisites for that. But human level, again, some people say human level is different than age. I would say that. But I definitely think that what you're saying is great, and that's definitely useful. And I apologize. Actually, I would love to continue. I have to go now. But this is public, so I'll put the link. If you want to finish it, you can.
Hell yeah.
No obligation. You can clone it, remove my name, and do whatever you want with it. It's
Yeah, I'm gonna
awesome.
go make my own
I only wrote
research paper
a sum
out of it.
total of 30 lines of code, so it doesn't really matter much. It's funny how code is actually easy but hard to write. Easy to write, hard to write useful code that actually stays. So, okay. Thank you guys.
Thank
maybe
you,
we'll
buddy.
meet
I
again.
appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
Let's see. Frickin'. Let's see. So I don't know if you saw my little screen over here, but I was going through your little humanoid agents repo, and I was just thinking when I was walking away, is that, or like the most useful utilities I found, because I like to go run around and collect interesting repos and stuff. Most of the things, or like basically what I've tried to set myself up with, is a really easy way to walk into somebody else's work and understand what they're doing, and then like modify it basically. Which is, this is one of the utilities that I use for that. But that sort of helps to solve that standardization problem that you were talking about earlier, where everybody's got, you might have llm.py across like 5 different repos, and they all do something different. But once you can parse that out into natural language, they all end up like being described as doing, whatever it is they're trying to do, and then you can kind of like understand it that way. So that's where I get the most mileage out of stuff. What's up, Tonic? How you doing? I don't know if you can mic or not, but
Chilling.
we just hanging out. Possibly, I think we might iterate on homie's like random thing he decided to build with that we. So the conversation started on tarot cards, and now we have a repo with a Wolfram thing going on. So about to ask
With
it some
what?
questions. We have a repo. We have a repo that is a model of, or like a really super quick and dirty implementation of Wolfram's Ruliad, which is, I think, some
I
sort
saw
of
that.
rule-based,
Is it,
grammar-based thing.
Like nothing.
Huh?
What does it do?
Well, right now it doesn't really do
You've been
much.
You've been trying to understand it for an hour. Maybe you should just watch the 15-minute video.
Yeah, I swear. Catch myself up. I hate being a tourist.
Like, maybe stop trying to understand it at the smart person's level and let the smart person explain it at our level on stage.
Well, I mean, I can
Yeah,
do that, but
definitely.
I can leverage. Okay, so Steven Wolfram Ruliad, because I think I've seen that podcast before.
TED Talk.
I think I've seen that.
It's a TED Talk. It just came out.
TED Talk.
Also, how do you use YouTube on white mode? Oh my
I
god.
know, it's horrible. Computing a theory of everything, is it this thing? No, 13 years
Yeah,
ago,
that's
probably.
probably it. It's the brand new one.
There.
Yeah, see, like, I'm just looking at chat dev before you start that video, and like, I could never use ChatGPT to look at the code from chat dev, because just the first file in the chat dev folder inside chat dev is 352 lines.
I think I
That
have
alone is going to
ChatGPT
take up
notes.
that's going to take a single response window. But the thing is, that's 4 folders deep inside the chat dev repo. So before it even gets to that first line of code for chat dev itself, it's got to go through the code for Camel, a warehouse folder, and a company config folder. So like, it just does not have the context window size to actually look at these repos and be like, oh, that's actually what's in that file, and now I can tell you about it.
I'm
Like,
about
it
to
just
do
does not
that
have
right
the
now.
methodology. It just doesn't have the methodology in a single response window. If I had like an auto GPT setup, I could brute force a methodology to read a repo that way, but not with ChatGPT.
I'm about to do that right now. The thing that you are describing that cannot be done.
Cannot be done with ChatGPT.
Not with ChatGPT, no. You do need a different utility.
If you notice, I'm always really specific in my diagnostics.
Well, yeah, I mean, chat. Yeah, if you're locked to chat GPT, then yeah, there's a lot of things you won't be able to do. Although with the assistants now, maybe you can. But like this particular thing, or many tools that you might use for understanding, you can just like, if you find them on GitHub, you can just like clone them and follow the README like you would with starting up chat dev without really understanding it, and then you can use them to help you understand it, basically. So this is going to index, vectorize, and then keep a log of what the file structure is, and then it'll do some neural searches, and then if I get really crazy, I can take it into studio mode and then manage its context manually, so I can see what it's pulling in, and then I can show or hide any of the pulls if it's talking about something that I don't need it to talk about. Let's see. Ultimate machine code of the universe is computational. Okay. Illustrates how space-time. Yeah, so basically what we were trying to do, or what we got started on doing, was building like this little thing in Python, a representation of rules and behavior that could, in theory, describe the universe or whatever.
Yeah, the thing is, the smart man is much better at using simple words in the right order to explain the very smart concept than not smart people.
Wolfram language represents a computational language that can encapsulate and express. Okay, understanding the really out of the realm of all possible computations. Let's say to implement a simple notation, this in Python. Steps what I take. So now what I'm gonna do is okay. They don't have a skip. You don't want to do that? Okay, fine. Oh my god, it just posted the comment for me. Jesus, Harpa. Set of simple rules. So cellular automata rules. So yeah, so like you were saying, the Conway's Game of Life might be a good starting point. Oh, okay, he's just gonna give me some code. Very nice. What's up, John? How's it going? We just we're mostly hanging out. We got on an initial point of talking about randomness and tarot cards. Then we moved over to Stephen Wolfram's Ruliad, and now I'm asking GPT for Python implementations because Random Smart Man swung by and got one started for us. So we might iterate on that, or we might find something that is more fun to build and do some building on that. Here's the repo that we're looking at here. It don't got much in it right now, but it do be a thing.
Really, we'll take a look, and this is all based on Wolfram stuff?
Yeah, it's mostly right now, just for not any particular reason. We just happened to land on the subject. We're like, fuck it, okay, we need something to build. Let's Let's poke
I was
around
just trying
on
to
it.
explain it. Math Man was like, I can build it. And Yikes was like, let's code it.
Let's do it.
Basically.
Let's do it, baby.
I'm trying to understand some stuff related to chat dev and generative agents.
That was another thing
So
that we were
what are
doing.
you guys coding exactly? Sorry. I didn't watch this video, as you can imagine.
Oh, you're good. Currently, we are... So, Promi is trying to understand a very complicated repo, which I will show.
I'm just trying to understand very base level stuff about the repo, though. So.
What's something you wanted to know about it? Let me see how my little
Well,
machine does.
Well, like, let's see if it can find the OpenAI chat completion call file in here.
All right. Can you locate the file where the OpenAI chat completions call is initially defined? So is it? Do you know if it's
Like,
just in one place or if
one of the problems I have is that, like, technically it should be just in one spot, shouldn't it?
I don't know. I like in theory, yes, but okay. So in the step method of the chat agent, specifically the call to the OpenAI API is made through the run method of the model backend object. So we have a which is an instance of a model backend subclass. This occurs on line 191. Self.model backend run, OpenAI messages, and now we can kind of walk through that. So we can go the Control F maybe.
So is that the right section though?
This is so this is the place that it located, and then I believe that should all anything that it's referencing is these two files. So we.
Cool. You want to send that little bit of info to me then?
Sure.
Because one of the problems I was having before when I was getting ChatGPT to read the Gen Agents paper was it was writing lots of really brilliant code how to make this system work for the agents and building the agents really geniusly, but it would never define this because it didn't know to define this, and I didn't know how to ask for it. And like essentially, this completion call is technically your I/O into your system that you're building, right? So without it self-defining this anywhere in the system, I was kind of at a huge loss because I was like, well, great, now I have an agent, but how do I get information in and out of it? And I could never ask it to build the I/O because I didn't know what it was called, and I didn't have any examples. So with just 2 or 3 example files from ChatDev and Humanoid Agents, now I'll have working code to give it and be like, here, this is the working code I want you to use as an example to write your own to finish this agent.
Yeah, ideally everything is very well documented like this, so you can kind of read your way through it. But yeah, I prefer to use utilities.
But it's
like
also
these
very
ones.
easy to just like take a huge chunk of code. Like, say you got a 500 line code block, it's very easy to ask ChatGPT to just add docstring and comments into it. I've got the basics down for a lot of stuff, but it's the final networking and comprehension portion that's been a challenge, partly just because I haven't been able to locate this singular file type to actually start doing my own test calls in and out. Because you know what I mean? Once you have this, you can build a little completion call and just fuck around and send basic completions and then add another line and see what happens and take a line off and see what happens and so forth.
Do you guys find ChatGPT is pretty good at making its own comments if needed, or just commenting existing code?
I don't use ChatGPT for that personally, but I'm the person that likes to like find all the weird little tools and download those. I use I think a VS Code extension for that, at least for Python. Auto docstring, I think. Either that or AutoPR to build me README files for all of the folders.
Interesting.
But I can imagine like they're all on the back end. It's all GPT-4. So if you can give GPT-4 the information correctly, and I haven't actually, I don't know. Let's go hunt down a repo that is poorly documented. How would I find? Let's see. Poorly documented GitHub repos. Let's see. .NET? Let's see.
Nope.
Bad code. Very nice, very nice. We can do that. What's up, Bucko? How you doing, buddy?
Good. What are you guys up to?
We are chilling. We got started writing a little representation of a Ruliad, and now we're exploring. I wanted to see.
You guys wrote a representation of the Ruliad. I need
Well,
to see
just
that.
like a little tiny baby stupid one that we made GPT right, basically.
And mostly there was a much smarter at maths man who was here
Yeah,
just before
yeah.
us.
He just banged out like, but it's only like four lines of code or something. It's there you
And
go.
Yikes has been teaching me a little bit about how to locate chat completion files and some of the code bases I've been working on, so I can use them as examples for Chat GPT.
Cool. I want to try to make Q-Star.
Yeah. What is? Have we figured out what that is now?
I have a suspicion of what it is,
Okay.
but no, nobody's actually figured it out.
You know, the best person who came up with an answer for what Q-Star was is honestly Yan LeCun, I think. Because Yan is so much of a grumpy, no bullshit old man that he was just straight up, like, in an analytical diagnostic sense. These are what these things technically are. Would you people stop being a bunch of fucking conspiracy theorists?
Yeah.
Like, I've actually come to really respect Yan in the last 2 weeks, because although I initially disagreed with him about lots of stuff that he said about language models and sentience and consciousness, in the last 2 weeks, he has come out as the strongest supporter of open source and the biggest anti-regulation voice of the godfathers of AI.
Let's
Cool.
see. What was I? Oh yeah, I wanted to find something that like is not well documented. This might work. Okay, so let's copy this and then just see how ChatGPT does. Okay. So yeah, we made I made GPT build us some
Pronounced
rules.
Jippity.
True. And he ran into a bug, of course. Now
Of course it did.
Now I want to see. Hey, can you make doc strings for this? Let's see. Let's see how he does. Seems to be handling it just fine, as far as I can see.
What did you change?
We just asked it to. I found something that didn't have like doc strings and wasn't well documented, and then I threw it at it and said, "Give me doc strings." It seems to be because one of the other people in the call asked about it like a second ago.
Yeah, just thought I've never tried it myself, but it looks like it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I have a script that walks my folders and then will pull all of the everything into one big file and then send it to Anthropic and then get them to download it or to do the doc strings, and then you can save it all back later.
Wait, you wrote a script for that? You know, there's a VS Code extension that does that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay.
It's
See,
like
this
it's like
is-
a single script. It's not like he wrote a huge giant thing.
Well, yeah, this is the difference between me and Baco. His instinct is to just build the thing that does that, and mine is to go find somebody who already did it. This is the quintessential difference.
Just out of curiosity, why do you use Anthropic over the rest? I haven't used Anthropic too much.
Because I have a key that gives me unlimited access that they haven't deactivated since the hackathon.
I guess that's one good reason.
Yeah.
It was before it was the
Otherwise,
context
probably
window,
would just use
but-
Jippity or yeah, the context window is the big thing, but
But now Jippity's on that, so
Jippity's all over that.
I've never actually paid for Copilot. Is it worth it?
No,
I don't.
just get
fuck Copilot.
Codium or like any of the free ones that are there. They're just
I-
as good.
I prefer Kodi if you can get it up and running. The reason being, you can have it vectorize your repo when you are working on the repo, and then you can have your inline completions work with like context of the rest of your repo in mind, so it doesn't give you like dumb bullshit like Copilot often does. But if you aren't using any form of Copilot and/or completion, then yeah, I would recommend doing that because it will save you a zillion, billion, million hours.
Yeah, no. Right now, I guess I'm just starting to use GPTs with my code, so I'm really just pasting crap in ChatGPT and seeing what it spits out. and I've realized it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think pretty much me and Baco are the. I had somebody refer to me as both the new breed of developer and also not a real developer. When they were looking through my GitHub because, and they're not wrong because I'm more of an AI PM than I am an actual developer.
Yeah, it's true. But it's like you you won't need to. Like you're just waiting for the whole thing to break. Because like the second it breaks, then you'll just have everything all at your fingertips and be able to do anything you want.
Yeah, and
If
it's
it's
so
more
it's
efficient
like
to do, why do you need to go through all the coding? I'm coming back.
I think you should
coding
learn
after
the
quite some
coding
time.
stuff just because it's good for like understanding how everything works. But like once you get a base understanding, you don't really need it.
yeah
That's
that
kind of my boat.
Or you
Like,
won't. You won't. Sorry, you do now. Like if you want to do C++ or stuff, like yeah.
Yeah, it can handle Python and GA. It's pretty good. Once you start getting into like the weird stuff like Rust or C or whatever, then the performance drops pretty significantly. But like if I just needed to write Python code for my job and I didn't really need to have a super deep understanding with it, I'd be set to go. But right now it is there's a lot of wrangling to be done. But it's helpful. It's educational wrangling, and then it's also like helpful for it's getting better over time, so it's not there is less wrangling that needs to be done. I'll be right back real quick. I'm gonna make myself my lunch smoothie.
cool. Yeah, I know. I'm coming back to programming after 5+, well, more than 5 years of a non-dev role.
Oh, you picked a great time, man.
It's one of the reasons why I wanted to get back into it.
Yeah, I'm also having a smoke, so I'm out of the
Alrighty.
desk.
I accidentally clicked the pause button, and now I have to download the whole model again.
Nice.
Yikes.
I haven't heard from Tonic in a long time. How are you doing, man?
Fantastic. Yeah,
Good to you.
super great. I love my life. Watching loading bars all
You
day.
won a few hackathons recently, didn't you?
So yeah, if you ever feel bad, just think of me watching a loading bar somewhere on the earth. Make yourself feel better. I'm tired, man. It's like 1:30 here.
Yeah, I don't use a constructor on a fucking thing. Okay. Trying to remember how to fucking write in TypeScript. It's like it's like working with my left arm cut off. Hey, we got there.
Gonna dip out for a smoke. Might head to bed, folks.
Later.
But
Alrighty.
I'd really appreciate it if you used Agent Tulu to deploy a OpenGPT on Hugging Face for free. Because then it keeps my community grant used and therefore live, and therefore like I don't lose my grant, which is super cool.
Send me a link and I will do.
Yes. Get prepared for some open source latency. That's the thing about open source. They don't tell you.
You got to keep getting people to use it.
No, that it's like not open it. Like you think OpenAI is slow?
Oh yeah.
Welcome to a random open source model on an A10 for all of the Earth.
Yeah. It's like working in the library.
Did you get that ping?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Actually, I should probably edit this bagel. I made a bagel app. I'm gonna edit the bagel app.
Does it have an API endpoint?
Yeah.
I actually don't care that this is slow if it does what I want it to do.
It's fun, right?
Yeah. It doesn't. It literally doesn't matter if it's slow. It's like kind of the point that it would be slow, actually.
The Tulu, it's on an endpoint. The Tulu endpoint. This is the Tulu endpoint's the one with the grant here.
Mm.
Let me tag you again with a new link. So this is the Tulu endpoint, and you can build with it, basically.
Sweet.
There's also easy Tulu. Oop.
Damn, bro. I just got some new protein powder. That shit is fire. Alright, let's see. What did I miss? Did we start cracking on anything else?
No, I'm just working on the same thing. Actually, I gotta build a chatbot. I should do that today.
Hmm. Yeah, man. I'm down to take a crack at it with you if you are interested in a collaborative experience of such a thing.
Sure. Let me just share my screen. Want to work on standardizing how we do download models. Cool.
I finally got my fucking cursor back up and running again, so I can actually work on shit. In fact, I should be working on probably
You should call this hack a thing.
hack a thing. True.
Yeah, hack a thing.
Solid name. Solid name. I'm glad we got a little bit of turnout this time, though. I was getting all worried because I only got like 2 people the last like actual event things. But I guess I did try and put like a thing to do on Friday night, which is when people like to go out.
Well,
and touch
regular
grass.
people with normal lives
Yeah,
don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, I had a whole Wednesday, not this month, I think the second last Wednesday of October, nobody showed up at all.
Hell
I was
yeah.
there by myself.
I
But you know what?
happens from time to time. The thing is to just keep at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's what I did. I sat there that weekend and nothing happened. And then the next weekend, we had the really ridiculous talk with Red about physics for a while, but out came global workspace theory, so that we had that as a term for our AI research. And then the next weekend, you showed up, Baco, and you were like, man, it sucks that everybody's disconnected. Like a week after getting mad at me and deleting my messages, and you like finally got to the point where I was at, essentially. And they're like, now everybody's back together.
Back at it once motherfucking again. Tonic, I saw you posted a little Agent Tulu thing.
Yeah, he's just asking me to set up an endpoint.
Oh, gang.
I have a thing that I can use a slow endpoint for, so I'll probably do that in a little bit.
Fuck yeah.
How often do you guys run these things?
I think this is the first one of these ones, but we're all sort of in the same loosely based communities. There's like a number of them spread across Discord.
Yeah, I
cool,
tried
cool.
to have or my initial plan was on Friday nights to do some sort of like event where there's like sponsors and prizes and we either break something or build something or whatever. And then this was just like we were on the subject of like, there's a lot of folks we know that are like, man, you know, if only I knew how to code, I would build this cool thing. So we're like, fuck it, let's make a thing where they can code and we can help them. So
That's pretty cool.
hopefully both of those things will turn into somewhat of a weekly thing, and then outside of that, I don't know. I'm just trying to like put shit on the calendar and see what sticks at this point with this thing. So
Build it and see who will come. A bit of both, please.
let's see. I'm sorry I missed up.
Oh no, I just said build it and see who will come.
Yep,
Sometimes works.
exactly. That's the plan. It's gonna keep.
Especially, I guess, for people who like to build things.
Yeah, and it's like halfway an accountability hack too, just so like I'm not like fucking off constantly, and instead I'm actually feeling obligated to build shit. But
Building a routine.
yeah, or like I have a big issue where I have a million things I want to build, but I never end up actually sitting down and grinding it out to the point where I'm like not losing my chops. So I need to like find ways to make myself go build the thing instead of like not doing that, basically. Let's see.
I hear ya.
Speaking of, is my cursor?
I'm gonna find a good chat bot.
The chat bot or
I just want a chat window, basically.
on the chat window. I had one. Let's see if I can grab it here in just a second after my.
I have like a Streamlit one that's okay, but it's just not very nice. I just want to find an open source one that's like reasonable, and then I can build inside of it.
Yeah, agreed. Let's see. Let's move that one up, and then we can go back to face on. Very cringe. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Move this down slightly, probably. Okay.
Oh, this looks good. This says I can fucking set up, deploy my own chatbots, build my own vector stores, and fucking embed it into things as a widget.
we
which is
can't
exactly what I
see
want.
you, by the way.
What? Oh,
Because which one did you find? Because Weaviate just put one out a day or two ago that I think is a really good.
Oh, Weaviate would be perfect too.
Yeah, check their I think it's actually I might have it open still. Golden Burba. That's what it is. So it's this thing. If you can see my screen, and then it's all open source and stuff. But it's already built. It's a chatbot. It's got RAG. It's got like
Oh, good.
a bunch of shit. Like it's a really sweet repo actually. I'm gonna just clone it just so I have it and can start fucking with it. Where's their GitHub? Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is my okay. Verba GitHub repo. Oh, I was trying out the RunPod. RunPod has a beta feature on their CLI, and I got to try it out for gift cards yesterday. It didn't work, but it's the thought that counts. So for any of my actual non-coder folks at all, this is my favorite button in the universe. It's you click code and then you click copy and then you're good. That's all you got to do. You're done after that.
Let's see here. Where is that repo? Can you send me the link?
Yeah, it's in the chat. I think it should be.
I'm lost in this fucking stupid back end of the.
Actually, yeah. Let me actually send you the. Okay, so here's the link to the GitHub. I put it in the chat there. And then the link to the hosted version is
there we go.
Is there already. So I want to clone first. So we're gonna open. Oh, we're gonna make sure I'm streaming the right thing first off. Window capture. I think it's this. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Did Red die again? I'm so mad. She's been timing out all day. Sad times. I guess I can. Oh, I can have her. We can have her play the Wolfram talk.
Oh, the one where they're talking about fucking thinginess for like half an hour.
The Rulia shit. His little
defining the fucking. I love that though. It's like we're defining the fucking the thinginess of it, like or like we have to define what thinginess is, as opposed to being an observer, and then they go on for like half an hour.
Reminds me of one of our conversations, honestly.
It's like not like so not critical to their what their point is.
Yeah, it's literally us. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And so today I want to tell you a little bit about what that's led to. There's a lot to talk about, so I'm going to go quickly, and sometimes I'm going to summarize.
Oh, it's with Pip too, which is cool.
Book about.
I was totally expecting this to be.
You know, I last gave a TED talk 13 years ago in February 2010.
Who's it's the other thing?
Soon after Wolfram Alpha launched.
Poetry or whatever.
And I ended that talk.
No, I was expecting it to be in JavaScript.
Ultimately, what's underneath everything in our universe.
I think front end's JavaScript, back end's all Pip stuff.
And actually, it could have needed a century. But in April 2020,
plain framework.
After the decade
just
mark,
uninstall it.
we were thrilled to be able to announce what seems to be.
Oh god, I'm not in an environment.
And yes, it's computational. So computation isn't just a possible formalization; it's the ultimate one for our universe.
Getting started.
It all starts from the idea that space, like matter, is made of discrete elements.
If you're not using
from that,
Docker, it's Python 3.9. Okay, so
it's defined just by a network of relations between these elements that we might call atoms of space. So it's all very elegant, but deeply
this is nice that they're doing it. That they give you the whole. They describe it for babies, which is very good. I approve of this.
And what we're seeing here is the emergence of space and everything in it. By the successive application of very simple
install E. Pip
remember,
install
these dots are not atoms
dot.
in any existing space. They're atoms of space that get put together to make
What the frick?
Space.
Okay.
And yes,
oh, it's because I
going
didn't
enough,
go into the.
We could build our whole universe this way. So eons later, here's a chunk of space with two little black holes that, if we wait a little while, will eventually merge. Generating little ripples of gravitational radiation. And remember, all of this is built from pure computation. But like fluid mechanics emerging from molecules, what emerges here is space-time
I think I
and
need to turn
Einstein's
her up real
equations for
quick.
gravity, though there are
Volume.
deviations that we just might be able
She
to
is a
detect,
person in
like
this
that
call, so if she's
the
too loud for you,
dimensionality
you
of
can just
space
right-click her
won't
and
always
turn her
be
down.
precisely
FYI.
3. And there's something else.
Sounds good.
I already have her at
Computational
like
rules
2%.
can
Mhm.
inevitably be applied in many
For
ways.
some reason, like she's on 20%
Each
volume right
defining a
now. For
different
some
kind of
reason, she's
thread
like
of time, a
insanely
different
loud. I
path
don't
of
understand.
history that can branch and merge. But as observers embedded in this universe, we're branching and merging too. And it turns out that quantum mechanics emerges the
Failed.
story of how branching minds
All right,
perceive
are we
a
gonna
branching
resync
universe.
here?
So the
I think
little
let's resync.
pink lines you might be
Yeah,
able to see here show the structure of what we call branchial space, the space of quantum branches. And one of the stunningly beautiful things, at least for physicists like me, is that the same phenomenon that in physical space gives us gravity, in branchial space gives us quantum mechanics. So, in the history of science so far, I think we can identify sort of 4 broad
So
paradigms.
take a look at.
that
I have
for
my
making models of
loyal,
the world that
dedicated
can be
one viewer.
distinguished kind
I'm
of
pretty
by
sure
how
it's a
they deal
bot.
with
I have no
time.
idea.
So in antiquity, and in plenty of areas of science even today, it's all about kind of what are things made of, and time doesn't really enter. But in the 1600s came the idea of modeling things with mathematical formulas in which time enters, but basically just as a coordinate value. Then in the 1980s, and this is something in which I was deeply involved, came the idea of making models by starting with simple computational rules and just letting them run. So can one predict what will happen? No.
Dots.
There's what I call computational irreducibility, in which, in effect, the passage of time corresponds to an irreducible computation that we have to run in order to work out how it will turn out. But now there's kind of something even more.
Okay, so let's
in our physics
move
project,
this over here.
there's things that become multi-computational with many threads of time that can only be knitted together by an observer. So it's kind of a new
Fucking
paradigm
installed a
that actually
goddamn thing
seems
in
to
the
unlock things
folder above
not
me.
only in fundamental
It's
physics,
fucking my world up.
but
Look
also
at
in
this
the
guy with
foundations of
his
mathematics,
poetry and
computer
everything.
science,
I'm
and
just
possibly
doing
in
a
areas like biology and
little
economics as well.
pip install -e.
So, you know, I talked about building
Sometimes
our
I'm not
universe
sure if the
by
poetry thing is
repeatedly
worth it or
applying
not.
a
Yeah,
computational
Um,
rule.
it's too complicated
But
for
how
me,
is
bro.
that rule picked? Well,
It's
actually,
great when it
is
works, but when it doesn't, it's
because
like
all
it just
possible
fucking
rules
jams you
are
up for an
used.
extra half an hour.
We're building
Mhm.
up what I call the Roolead, the kind
Let's
of
see.
deeply abstract but unique
Display
object
capture probably.
that is the entangled limit of
Why
put
are
this
you
up here.
installing in the above
Now
folder?
Here's a
you can
tiny
watch the
fragment of it
multiplayer.
shown in
It's
terms of
me,
Turing machines.
Baco is in the top
So
side and I'm on the bottom
this
side.
Roolead is
It's perfect.
everything. And we
We
as
can do actual
observers
multiplayer
don't
coding if you want.
necessarily
We totally could actually.
in the Roolead as a whole,
I
in a
wonder
sense,
if
everything
let's
computationally
see.
possible can happen. But
It's
observers
what's
like
the
us
extension for? It's
just
share or
sample
something?
specific slices of the Roolead. And there are 2 crucial facts
Um,
about us. First, we're computationally bounded. Our minds are limited.
it's live share, I think.
Second,
One
we
sec, I'll
believe
find it.
we're
I wonder if I
persistent in time,
can-
even though we're made of different
wonder if I
atoms
can
of
run it
space
in
at every
cursor.
moment. So
We'll
then,
see.
here's the big result. What
Okay, well, let
observers
me go
with those
find it here.
characteristics perceive in the Roolead necessarily follows certain laws, and those laws turn out to be precisely
God damn it.
the 3 key theories of 20th
You-
century physics:
But-
general
Son of a
relativity,
gun, go away.
quantum mechanics, and statistical mechanics, and the second law. So it's because we're observers like us that we perceive the laws of physics we do. We can think of sort of different minds as being at different places in Rooleal space. Human minds who think alike are nearby, animals further away, and further out we get to kind of alien minds where it's hard to make a translation. So how
Why
can
is
we get
that going
intuition
to
for all of
inference,
this?
though? That's what I want to
Well,
know.
one thing we can do is use generative AI to take what amounts to an incredibly tiny slice of the Roolead aligned
Oh,
with
it's just
images
called
we
inference.
humans have produced. We can think of this as sort of a place in the Roolead described by using the concept of a cat in a party hat. So zooming out, we saw there what we might call Cat Island. Pretty soon we're kind of in interconcept space. Occasionally things will look familiar, but mostly what we'll see is things we humans don't have words for. In physical
Okay, and
space,
it's still
we
labeled
explore
inference
the
for some
universe
reason, but
by
I don't
sending out
know.
spacecraft.
As long as it's going to the right place, I
In
don't really care.
Rooleal space, we explore more by expanding our concepts and our paradigms. We can kind of get a sense of what's out there by sampling possible rules, doing what I call Rooleology.
All right, what else do I need to
So
do? I need
even
to
with
get
incredibly
this
simple
Hyphens.
rules, there's incredible richness.
What is
But the
this?
issue is that
Everything
most of
in
it
this
doesn't yet
folder.
connect with things we humans
Could not build
understand or
Beal.
care about.
Uh-oh.
It's like when we look at the natural world and only
It's usually
gradually
just because I don't
realize
have
that we could
wheels
use
or
Well,
it
set of
for
tools
you're
installed.
troubleshooting, so I'm gonna make
So
you bigger
even
than
after
me.
everything our civilization has achieved,
Learning.
we're just at the very,
opportunities.
very beginning of exploring
Oh,
rullial space.
No,
What
I'm
about
ready.
AIs?
Python,
Well,
dash
just like we can do
install,
rulliology, AIs can in principle go out and explore rullial
Yep.
space. Left to their own
Module
devices,
named
though,
install.
they'll mostly just
That
be
makes
doing
sense.
things we humans don't connect with
Pip
or
install.
care about. So the big achievements of AI in recent times have been about making systems that are closely aligned with us humans. We train LLMs on billions of web pages so they can produce text that's typical of what we humans write. And yes, the fact that this works is undoubtedly telling us some deep scientific things about the semantic grammar of language and generalizations of things like logic that perhaps
Wait a
we should have
second.
known
Do I
centuries
have
ago.
my extensions
For much of human history, we were kind of like
local?
the LLMs, figuring things out by kind of matching
Okay,
patterns
let's
in our
try this again.
minds. But then came more systematic formalization and eventually computation. And with that, we got a whole other level of power to truly create new things and to, in effect, go wherever we want in the Ruliad. But the challenge is to do that in a way that connects with what we humans
The
and our
project is
AIs
true.
understand. In fact, I've devoted a large part of my life to kind of trying to build that bridge. It's all been about creating a language for expressing ourselves computationally, a language for computational thinking. The goal is to formalize what we know about the world.
Do I
in
not need to
computational
install
terms,
linter
to have
installing
computational
trunk?
ways to
I don't
represent
think I
cities and
don't.
chemicals and movies
fuck
and
it.
human
I'm
and
installing them
formulas
anyway.
and our knowledge about them. It's been a vast undertaking that spanned more than 4 decades of my life, but it's something very unique and different. But I'm happy to report that in what has been Mathematica and is now the Wolfram language, I think we've firmly succeeded in creating
Oh,
a
let me
truly
grab
full-scale
morph real
computational
quick too.
language. In effect, every one of these functions here can be thought of as formalizing and
What is going
encapsulating
on?
in computational terms some facet of the
Okay, so let's
intellectual
just delete
achievements of our
everything and start
civilization.
from the beginning.
It's sort of the most
Grab
concentrated form of intellectual
insert
expression
folder.
that I know, sort of finding the essence of everything and
New
coherently
project,
expressing it in the design of our
tunnel.
computational language. For me personally,
Delete the
it's
project
been an
name.
amazing journey, kind of year after year, building the sort of tower of ideas
Okay.
and technology that's
Yeah,
needed, and nowadays sharing that process with the world in things like open live streams and so on. A few centuries ago, the development of mathematical notation and what amounts to the language of
file
mathematics
directory.
gave a systematic way to
Something's
express math and made
Doesn't
possible algebra
Now we
and
got
calculus
poetry in it.
and eventually all of modern mathematical science.
And we call
And
this
computational
River.
language now
I guess
provides
we're
a
calling it
similar
Berry.
path, letting us
This is a
ultimately
project.
create a computational X for all imaginable fields X. I mean,
No.
we've seen the growth of
No.
computer science, CS,
Yes.
but computational
Okay.
language opens up something ultimately much bigger and broader, CX. I
Inference
mean, for
company.
70
Are
years, we've
you?
had programming languages where
Is this like? Are you submoduling here, or what
telling
are you?
computers in their terms
Oh
what
no,
to do,
it's just a random.
computational
I'm just
language
trying to
is
get my
about
environment set up
something
normally.
like it's about taking everything we can
Story
think
of my
about
life. If
and
anybody's learning
operationalizing
Python,
it in
just work in
computational
fucking
terms.
Jupyter notebooks, man.
You know, I built Wolfram
It's,
language.
There we go,
before
okay.
I
worth
wanted
it.
to use it myself.
Golden verb. Yeah, we got there.
There we go. It's all happening.
And now when I use it, I feel like it's kind
Okay,
of
so now
given
what I
me
need to do? Now I
some
need
kind
to
of
pip install.
superpower. I just
Although, don't
have
you need to build it from
imagine
source?
something in computational terms, and then the
Or you
language
do-
sort of
oh, you're
almost
doing both,
magically
I see.
lets me bring it into reality, see its consequences, and build on them. And yes, that's the
So
sort of
side note,
superpower
is it
that's
safe
led
to
me
ask
something
whenever
like a
you're
physics
asked if
project.
Jupyter Notebook is part of
And
your tech
over the
stack?
past 35 years, it's been my great privilege
Sorry,
to
what?
Sorry,
share this
I could barely
superpower
hear that.
with many other people, and by doing so,
If
to have
you're
enabled
using
an
Jupyter
incredible
Notebook, is
number
it
of
safe to say
advances
it's part
across
of
many
your
fields.
tech stack?
It's sort of a
I
wonderful
don't know if
thing
you
to
could
see
call it part
people,
of someone's tech
researchers,
stack,
CEOs,
but
kids,
I guess you
using
could.
our language
Call what
to
part of
fluently think
tech
in
stack?
computational terms,
Jupyter Notebooks.
spinning up their own
Y-
thinking.
what- I mean,
then
I think that's a valid part of a
mathematically
tech
pulling
stack
in
in theory. I
computational
mean, it's
thinking
more of
science.
a data
Not
science
just
stack,
people who
but
can do
you know.
that. AIs can use our computational language as a tool too. Yes,
It
to
is the
get
thing
their
that
hands
helps you
straight,
avoid having
but
to
even more
have a
importantly,
tech
to
stack,
compute
I
new
suppose.
facts. There are already some integrations of our technology into LLMs. There's a lot more you'll be seeing soon. And you know, when it comes to building new things in a very powerful emerging workflow, it's basically to start by telling the LLM roughly what you want, then to have it
Can't
try
make
to
it, eh?
express
What's
that in
going on?
precise Wolfram language. Then, and this is a critical feature of our
Very.
computational language compared to, for example, a programming language,
What's
you as
going
a
on?
human
Did not run
can
successfully.
read the
Trace back.
code. It does what you want. You can use it as kind of a dependable
No
component
file
to
or
build on.
folder
Okay,
bound
but
for the
let's say we
package
use
very.
more and more AI, more and more computation.
What the fuck does that
What's the
even
world
mean?
going to be like? From the
It's
Industrial
like taking the
Revolution
name of what I
on,
called the
we've
thing.
been
That's
used to
weird.
doing
Okay, what just
engineering
calls
where we can,
Verba
in
then, I guess.
effect, see how the gears mesh to understand how things
Yeah.
work. But computational
literally inside of
irreducibility
it?
now shows us that won't
Nope.
always be
Okay.
possible. We won't always be able to make a kind of
I guess we'll
simple
call it
human
Golden
or say
Verba?
mathematical narrative to explain or predict what a system will
Yeah,
do.
that's the name of the
And yes,
package, if I'm not
this is
mistaken.
science in effect eating itself from the inside. From all the successes of
There is a
mathematical
golden
science,
verba
we've
What if it's on
egg
dependencies?
dash
Okay.
info
if we
in
only
the
could find
thingy.
them, there'd
What
be
is going
formulas
on with
to
my
kind of
poetry?
predict
Jesus
everything.
Christ.
But now computational irreducibility
This is the
It
true.
can't find its own package.
This
And
is
that
the
in
true
effect, to
difficulty
find out
with
what a system will
coding
do,
Python.
we
It's
have
not
to go
actually
through
writing
the
the
same
Python. It's managing your
irreducible
environment.
computational
No, not
steps
at all. Writing the
Yeah.
Python is
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
It's fucking your environment.
Yes,
That's the
it's
hard part.
irreducible.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why the passage of
It's
time
40% of my time is spent
significant.
fucking setting up my
That
goddamn
means
environment.
we can't just
Agreed.
sort of jump ahead
Alright.
I'm gonna
to get
start
the
this
answer.
repo
We
too.
have
Fuck you,
to
Just so I
do
have
poetry.
it
somebody
You
in the
failed
chat.
me.
It's actually going to be, I think, a great societal dilemma of the
Where are you
future.
going? Just straight
If we let our
fucking.
AIs achieve their kind of full
Just straight shit.
computational potential,
Uh,
they'll have lots of computational irreducibility, and we won't be able to predict
source
what they'll do.
.mem slash
But if we
thing
put
slash
constraints
activate.
on them to make them more
Or
predictable,
just raw dogging
we'll
it with the
limit what they
fucking
can do for
environment.
us.
Fuck it.
Hell yeah.
So what will it feel?
Okay, so I now understand how to code. Just treat
There
the
we go.
entire thing like trying to set up a new colony on RimWorld and understand that it's going to take goddamn way too long to build the environment and no time to do the project.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
There you go.
We got there though.
And so it will be with the AI. We
Activate
might
the
give
virtual
them a
environment.
constitution, but there
Pre-commit
will always be
install. Ooh, I've never done
consequences
linting.
we
Let's
won't
do that.
predict. Of course,
Pre-commit.
even figuring out societally what we
Install.
want from the AIs is hard. Maybe
You'll
we
use
need,
RUP
you know,
for the
a
automatic
promptocracy
code
where people write prompts
formation
instead
and
of just
linting.
voting. But basically,
Install
every
the hook
control
run
the
pre-commit
outcome
install.
scheme
I've never heard of
seems
pre-commit
full of
install.
both
What is
political
this?
philosophy and computational
Where are you reading at?
Probably
irreducibility
should install
gotchas.
RUP first.
You know, if we look at the whole
I'm reading it off the
human
the
history,
Weavy8 site.
the one thing that systematically
Oh, off
changed is that more and
like
more gets
in the Verba
automated.
README or
And LLMs just gave us a dramatic.
Yeah, it's in the Verba
example.
README. It says it's setting up
So what does
linting for
that
us,
mean?
which I'm
Well,
totally
does that
down
mean
with.
that in the end, us humans
nice.
will
I
have
have
nothing to do?
rough as an extension, so
Well,
hopefully
if we
it'll
look at history,
figure it
what
out.
seems to happen is that when one thing gets automated away,
I like
it opens
linting
up lots
and I
of
like
new things to
hard
do.
typing, so
And as
these things
economies
are good.
develop, the pie chart of
Pre-commit
occupations seems to get more and more
What
fragmented.
install.
for
now
for
we're
any
back to the
non-coders here? What is
Because at
what
a
is the
foundational
what is
level, what's
linting and hard
happening is that
typing, Baka?
automation is
Pop
opening
quiz.
up more directions to go in the design. But there's
So
no
hard typing
abstract
is where
way to
you
choose between ones. It's
are
a question of what
assigning
we
types
humans
to
want,
all the
and it
different
requires
variables that
a
you're
human
interacting with
doing
your
work
program.
to
So a
define
type
them.
is like
So
a string of text
society
is
of
called a string, or
AIs,
like a number
untethered
is a
by human
number. If
input,
it has like a
would
period in it,
effectively
you
go
call it a
off and
float.
explore the whole
Or if you're
GAD.
JavaScript,
But
you just
most
call
of
them
what
all
we
numbers.
do would seem to
Well, don't you call them
us
integers?
And then
much like most
well,
dictation
no,
doesn't
Python
seem to us
differentiates
right
between
now
float,
like it's
int,
achieving a
and
purpose. I mean, one used to
they don't
imagine
even have numbers. So it's float or
to
int.
build
Yeah,
things that are
that's what I
useful
thought.
And
to us,
then
we'd have to do it kind of step
and then
by
for
step.
JavaScript,
But
it's
AI
number. It's just
and
all
the whole
number.
phenomenon of
Mm.
computation
And then for
tells us
linting means
really
that
what we need
basically
is
your
more
system
just to
has like
define what we
another
want.
really small AI
And then
model that goes through and
computation,
double checks that all
AI,
your shit
automation,
is
they make it
like
happen.
formatted correctly,
And
and
yes, I think
will
the
yell at
key
you
to
when you
defining
like
in
do
a
things
clear
that are
way
against
what
the
we want is
against the rules.
computational language.
And the
And you know,
reason
even after
having
35
both of
years,
those
for
come
many
with
people,
another
the language
project
is
is
still
it
sort of an
solves that
artifact of the future. If your job
issue
is to
of
program,
not knowing what's going on or how to modify stuff. Because if you have
something you
strict
can do in,
typing,
an hour,
then
what would usually take you a week.
everything
But it can also be
gets the
daunting
kind of
because
data that
having
it's
dashed off that
expecting,
one
so you
thing,
won't
you
break
now have
something
to
like that.
conceptualize
And
the
then you'll
next
have
thing.
linters
Of
that
course,
are
it's
telling
great
you
for
all
kind
of the
CEOs and
rules of how
CTOs and
things
intellectual
need to
leaders
be
who
in
are
order to
ready
not
to
break.
race on to the
So if
next
you have
thing.
both of those set
And
up in your
indeed,
project, it's a
it's
lot
an
easier to work with it
impressively,
because you
popular
will
thing
have
in that
something
sense.
yelling at you when you're about to
In a
break
sense,
something.
what's happening is that Wolfram language shifts from concentrating on
Got
mechanics
it. And what would an
Fun
example
fact.
of a linter be?
And the key to that
In
conceptualization
this
Just the native
project,
stuff in the environment?
thinking.
Sorry, what was that?
in this project is rough.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really a story of CS. It's really a story of CX.
The one that
Okay,
I like
so
to
you
use
actually
is
choose
truncated.
which linter.
It's
Mhm.
more like liberal arts
Got
than
it.
STEM.
I
It's part of
think
a
isn't
trend
is
that when you
black the
automate
big one
technical
for Python,
execution,
or is that
what becomes
just
Yeah,
important
black
not
is the one that I
figuring
use most of the time.
how to
Mhm.
do
There's
things,
also like
but
Flick
what
8
to do.
is another
And that's
one,
more a story of
and
broad knowledge and
Sorcery
general
is pretty good as
thinking
well.
than any kind of
Is Sorcery a
narrow
linter too?
specialization.
No, it's not a
There's sort of an
linter. That's
unexpected
a
human-centeredness to all of this.
like
When
Flake
we
8
thought
and
that with the advance
Black
of
are
science and
the
technology, the particulars of us humans.
What is it? It's not
would
linting,
become
it's the
ever
other
less
thing.
relevant. But
Formatting?
we've discovered that that's not true.
Formatting, yeah.
And that in
That's
fact
it.
everything, even our physics, depends on how we humans.
Yeah, I
have
think
Cool.
rough is a
sampled the
linter,
ruling.
and then it can lint
Before
it
Yeah,
the
into the
rough's a linter.
format
project,
of
we didn't
black,
know if our
right?
universe really was
For instance.
computational,
Sounds are modified
but
by
now
this.
it's
Do
pretty
not
clear that
use
it is.
expert.
And
What
from
the
that,
hell
we
is
sort
this
of
shit?
inexorably led to the Ruliad with
You
all
broke
its
it.
kind of
Freak.
vastness, so hugely great.
The one that
I'm going
I
to the rough.
like,
space in our universe.
Going to the rough page.
So
one that
where
I
will
like
we
to
go
use,
in
I
the
think
Ruliad?
rough is better if
Computational
you're
language
in
is what
Python
lets us
specifically.
chart
The
our
one I like
path,
to use is
that
trunk,
lets us
because
humans
trunk
define our
will
goals and our
grab
journeys.
all of
And
the
what's
linters,
amazing
like you
is
can
that all
see
the
its
power and
output
depth
here.
of what's out there in the Ruliad is accessible to
Like
everyone.
this is
One just has
enabled
to learn
21
to
linters for
harness those
this
computational superpowers,
program because it
which
thinks
kind of
that
starts here,
that's all
our
of the ones that I'll
portal to
need,
the-
and
to the
rough is
Ruliad.
one of them.
Thank you.
But it also handles stuff like shell check and black and git diff and all that stuff. I can also make trunk multiplayer, so I could theoretically, like if me and Baco started working on different parts of this project, I could send like my trunk file to Baco, and then we could both have the same linter, so we're not like doing different stuff, which is handy.
That was my
So
problem.
cool. And you say the Visual Studio Code environment's pretty good to start off with?
Yeah, personally, I like Visual Studio Code, or specifically, I like a fork of Visual Studio Code called Cursor, which has kind of a lot of built-in AI stuff. It's starting to get pretty popular. VS Code, I would say VS Code is good, or like how I would structure it is, if you don't want to deal with anything locally at all, which is perfectly valid, especially in Python, just develop in
Develop on the cloud.
yeah, dev containers or Jupyter Notebooks, which you can access via like Google Colab or just Google for Jupyter Notebook, and you should be able to find hosted ones. Then the next step up from there, I would probably say, is JetBrains. If you are if you're working specifically in Python, or if you have a specific language, if JetBrains has an IDE designed for it, like they have Rust Rover and they have PyCharm and stuff like that. The advantage of using the JetBrains ones is that they are pre-configured, so you'll see that I have all these like extensions and stuff installed in the mine, but I had to go like figure out which one of these I wanted.
Fuck, there's a Docker compose here. What am I even doing?
Right. Whereas JetBrains will it comes with like a good amount of things that I would have had to install into VS Code already installed in it, or like just kind of native as functionality. It can also grab extensions too, and then from there would be VS Code, where you can customize it with all your extension, and then from there is something like NeoVim, where you can just like completely customize the entire thing. Would be kind of how I would or how I think about IDEs, I guess.
Cool. So what I'm hearing is start with VS Code, add some mods, and then go from there.
That's how I did it.
Just really try not to use mods unless if you absolutely know you need them, because you'll get overwhelmed by a bunch of crazy shit.
This is true. I am guilty of this. Like it'll probably here. Let me look at yeah, so I have all this extra stuff happening to this file here, and it's I have a bunch of this stuff. So I'm guilty of installing too many extensions because I like to find too many things.
I have that whole spiel about your tool's cool, but there's already 50,000 things and too many options.
I love tooling up. That's half the fun for me, honestly. Or like
yeah,
that's the
but
primary fun I have.
know. Yes, but I know as somebody that plays RimWorld with 500 mods and only uses one feature from each mod, how dangerous tool stacking becomes. Because sometimes you get to the point where you're using another mod for one feature, and that feature is inside of another mod that you already have, but don't know it's there.
Absolutely.
And I swore when I got into AI dev, I wasn't going to develop this ridiculous stack of shit like that again. Like,
I made no such promises. I know myself too well. Let's
Who the
see.
fuck is an environment file? Wow, it's been a while since I used any keys, I guess.
Let's grab. Red's being educational today. Let's.
It. Let's try this arrangement with the virtual ones. I wanted to first to show a couple of slides just to introduce the discussion. Yeah, because
back over
our
cursor
panel,
here.
some people in our panel which did not hear this yesterday, but this was one reason I spoke about why theory is good. I was making the example
Jesus, there's one right there.
of Volta discovering the battery, and
Oh, geez. Don't steal my
the
passwords.
fact that that discovery brought really immediately a
this needs to be
revolution,
more
even
than
if nobody
3.9? I hope
understood
it
what
does.
electricity was. In
Python,
20 years after
that's the only
Volta
one. Okay.
invented the
I'm just gonna put this in my basher so you can
means
insert if
pile
we
of
can bring it in.
things, which are discs of zinc, cork, and copper. This thing here. Yeah, and 20 years after that, there were electrical motors, electric generators, electrochemistry was done, telegraph lines. So it was
Is
a big
1106
revolution,
preview
but
more
it's
expensive
only
than just
much
regular
later that
GPT-4,
we
or are
had
they the same thing?
an understanding, a theory of electromagnetism with Maxwell.
Is what?
And of course, this
GPT-4
contributed
1106
even more
preview, is that more expensive
to
than regular GPT, or
powering
is it the
the
same?
revolution
Or than-
of
I
electricity.
believe it's
You know,
cheaper, actually.
1800, it's
Okay.
not very long
Yeah.
ago, 200 years or so.
Okay, so
To install
So,
the hook.
That's why
show.
theory, among many other reasons,
Alright.
having to do with, for instance, what
Activate it, and then we use
David
rough.
mentioned
So
before.
Can I do?
We want to understand ourselves. Having a theory is, means understanding what's going
Hey,
on.
let's see if this works this time.
We like to have a theory, and it does not need to be the same
why is
level
the
of precision
fucking
as physics
Yankee
or
not set?
Maxwell equations. There may be just some fundamental principles. And then on the second point that was what Demis and also Ila referred to about what a research program could look like, to be a kind of empirical study of different forms of intelligence.
That all your commits will be
So
automatically
large
limited
language
and
models,
formatted.
different ones.
Linting will happen only on the files you change.
Possibly comparison with human intelligence.
Oh, it's
And
because
this will be the level of
I probably
cognition
should fork it.
and then the level of what is inside the box. And one of the goals would be
So that means.
to look at
Okay, now I have to fiddle with some
systematic,
Git stuff, which will
differences
destroy me.
and
So
common properties, common
can I
behaviors,
just
common. if there
Git?
is
Can I
any
just change the
leading
upstream if I want to
to
switch
some
from
fundamental principles common to
their
these
version to my
intelligent
fork?
systems. There may
Yeah,
be none,
you
but
just
I personally
pull the
believe
repo with a
there will
dash u
be.
in front of it, and then make sure you put
And
the
this
branch,
would be,
the repo then branch afterwards.
Maybe not an understanding in the precise
Okay,
sense
pull the
of classical
new repo.
mechanics, but
So Git pull.
Yeah, so like make a fork,
useful
and then
to
when you
code.
pull the fork, just say
So let's
dash u in
start
front
from
of
here. Who
the
wants to have,
address of the
a
repo,
first,
and then you put in
take on this, Jeff? What about more on
whatever,
the
like
theory?
it'd be
You
like
are- I
origin
guess
and
you
then
are
whatever your fork branch is.
on the negative side or neutral.
Let's see. So my branch
I'm
is
not
in main,
against
but I guess
theory.
I'll
I
make a
think
new
theory's great.
branch. That would probably be a good idea, right?
It's just I don't do it. I'm not very good at
Well,
math. And,
it's kind of like how forks works, right?
Much
Like,
prefer doing more practical things. There's something I forgot to mention when I was talking about
okay, how
AI
do I
for
set this stupid
neuroscience.
variable then if
I
you're not
think
going
it's
to take
made
it from
one
my environment?
huge contribution in neuroscience in the last few
So
years,
annoying.
which I think is
Docker
it's given us a
file,
much better
copy,
understanding
for start. It doesn't
the
take
nature of
arguments in the
language
Docker
in the brain.
compose.
Unknown
So there's
switch
this
U.
crazy guy at MIT called Chomsky, who
Oh, is
has
it?
been claiming it's all innate.
It's probably.
We know now that doesn't have to be the case. And Chomsky's whole view of language is kind of crazy when you look back on it, because language is about conveying meaning. It's about conveying stuff. And Chomsky kind of ignored that aspect of it. It's as if you wanted to understand what a car is. And for all of us, understanding a car would mean a large part of it would be understanding how the engine works.
So
so that we
dash
could
U
go.
isn't a flag on
Um,
git pull.
But you can imagine someone saying, no, no, the thing about cars is
You put
to
it
understand
like
why it is you get
it's like this.
three-wheel cars and four-wheel cars, but you never get a five-wheel car.
Main.
And that's what we need to understand about cars.
What the hell?
And that seems to me like
Oh,
Chomsky's
sorry,
theory
it's
of
dash
language.
set
We wanted to
upstream.
understand why
this one.
certain syntactic constructions
I was
aren't
thinking of when you
possible.
make a new repo.
And
Okay, git
as far as I
pull
can see, he did
set
everything he could to
upstream.
avoid the basic issue of how does language mean. And I think these large language models have put an end to that. Not in.
Couldn't find remote
What do you guys think of Noam Chomsky?
I like
Yeah,
Noam
just to
Chomsky.
follow up on that and also just mention about
I don't agree with him on
AI
his
science as
opinion
well.
on AI,
For what
but
it's worth, Jeff,
I like a lot of his work, and he's one of the smartest people on the fucking planet.
You know, ironically, the smartest people on the planet who came up with the theories that make the most sense as to why AI might be semi-conscious or performing some kind of cognition all seem to think that machines will never be able to think. Like Chomsky and the guy who came up with global workspace theory have two of the best reasons as to how language is making language models semi-conscious, and yet they are both people that totally disagree with the innate possibility at all.
Yeah, but they just flat out dismiss it too.
I feel like
Well, it sounds like Chomsky made his career on something that would be threatened by all lives, although I don't know the history too much.
I don't think he cares about his career at this point. Man's not fucking in his 90s. He just has a fixed worldview. That's all.
Yeah, like that too. I think people care about legacy sometimes.
You know, I like work from people like Tim Berens and stuff like that in Oxford.
Yeah, I suppose. But like, I don't know. That would strike me as weird. Like, I guess like, yeah, legacy. I never think about legacy, and really, like, I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. So.
People dying want to live forever.
Yeah,
even if they know they can't.
I already accepted that I'm gonna die in my like 30s, so like I've gone through the existential dread and all that crap now. I don't need to worry about it anymore. Where the hell's my API key? Gimme.
You know, the funny thing about legacy is you can do everything to achieve it and have none of it, and do nothing to achieve it and be the only guy remembered by modern architects from the Roman Empire because you're the only dude whose book survived, and you were just the engineer that worked on some aqueducts, aka Vitruvius.
Well, that and you put your name and you pay a lot of money to institutions to keep it on there for a set amount of years.
Yeah, but you can try and do all that and it can still fail. That's the point of the story of Vitruvius. Guy was just an engineer. He's one of the only dudes who has written works that survived from the Roman Empire. One of the only human beings. There's like almost nobody else comparative to him that have a complete body of written work that survived. And he just was just an engineer, just writing goddamn manuals.
You're just very organized.
I'm very lucky.
That's what's the point is. It's totally like, you have no idea what the coincidences would be around your legacy, right? So you can put all the effort in and nothing can happen with it, or you know, it could be propagated for eternity.
So I think some of us have.
Yeah, I think some of it's based on chance. There's a good chunk that you can probably plan and pay for.
That creates new phenomena that we post as benchmarks. What's unclear is how to use those phenomena to then turn the crank.
I think people like Chomsky know how to use their power.
And some of us have also been on the benchmark banquet.
To at least try.
Too, which also is
honestly, I think a lot of these old guys are just bigoted and are very into human exceptionalism.
It's great to hear you guys support both those.
I just don't think that they realize how good these AIs are getting.
Well, what do you guys think about Hinton then, who developed a lot of it back in the day?
Create immediate understanding, but to fuel those
I gotta turn you up one second.
that next turn of the crank beyond the
I got him turned up all the way and I can still barely hear him.
Sorry, no, I was just referring to Hinton, who did a complete 180 based on his work 10, 20, 30 years ago.
That's cool. I appreciate people who are willing to change their perspective on things.
Doing science at scale through platforms like that, I think
it's a very people are very like locked into their own worldviews, and like if they're not willing to shift, then it's kind of.
No, it's a good point. I guess I'm not really sure why he shifted. I just know some of his old work and papers, etc. I've never gone into why he shifted his worldview.
I'm just channeling back what you said, just trying to say
Aside from the fact that I think in his later day he was doing a lot more work with Google, Vector Institute in Toronto, including Uber and a lot of other corporations that are probably trying to make AI and LLMs their own thing.
And you know, earlier today, someone made the point that studying an AI system, a large language
So what else do I
transformer
need? I
architecture
need
that is displaying intelligence
immediate key. I
is
need
a lot easier
cohere.
than
I've never
studying
used
the brain
cohere.
because you can poke around at it, you can get whatever you want and
Which is
analyze
actually
without
surprising now that I think about it.
much effort.
Uh,
It seems to me that the
sign me
brain
up,
is
Scotty.
much more complex
Check.
than a transformer, and if we can't really figure out
Sure, I didn't.
what's going on in the
Okay, cool.
transformer architectures at a level that is allowing us to say, oh, now we really understand what it's doing, it'll be almost impossible to do it for the brain, which is going to be much more complicated. So I see a benefit of essentially shifting some of the neuroscience work to these architectures that are displaying intelligence.
So if I could add
Yeah.
my perspective, I think we may be at the moment over-indexing on language as a field of interest, and we should not forget that humans are just one species out of very many who exhibit intelligence. And a fundamental principle in science is to study a phenomenon in the simplest possible embodiment so that one can get to the bottom of it more quickly and start from the
Where does
simple
cohere?
version
They have their own
of
models,
simple
right?
principles. And so
Yeah.
Cohere,
neuroscience
yeah.
has been
They
doing
for sure
that,
out of the
so
guys
people
who were
see
working in
elegance about order of 100
Vincent's lab
neurons.
actually,
We have fruit
with a
fly,
lot of
order
work
of
with Google
100,000,
Brain at the time in
mouse,
Toronto.
order of 100 million, human, 100 billion. And we should not forget all of these different trade-offs between power consumption.
I honestly haven't been keeping
performance,
up with it enough to know what the difference is
and
between the
deploy
LLMs like
intelligence
Cohere,
in the
Anthropic,
context of many
OpenAI.
different species.
It's just the way that they build and train their models.
So that's something that neuroscience can contribute to keep.
But
Our
like that's like a
attention.
really non-answer kind of answer.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
need to do is I can compare and contrast to see
It's
what
interesting that
what they're
different
good
people
for
have very
Yeah,
in terms of
you
use
gotta actually like
cases.
play around with them to figure it out.
that spectrum.
Yeah,
So I was once talking to Steve Pinker.
haven't gotten
and
around
I
to that
asked
too
him,
much yet.
Suppose
Like
we
to, though.
understood exactly how a rat worked. We understood everything we could possibly want to understand about a rat.
And there's
Would we be
also
more or less than
like other
halfway
tech
towards
companies who
understanding human
essentially bought
intelligence?
and or are building their own
And I
LLMs from
think
scratch.
most biologists would say you'd
Like
be most of the
Databricks, I
way
don't know
there.
if you guys heard about them. They do a lot
Stephen
of like
Pinker
edge
said,
and
oh no, you'd
distributed
be much
stuff.
less than halfway to understanding human
Like
intelligence.
Databricks and Snowflake, but Databricks
That's a
bought
matter of
one
taste,
for
but so we don't know
I don't
actually.
know how many millions or tens of
Once
millions
we are
recently.
there,
And I'm sure
but
Snowflake did the
I
same
think it's,
thing.
you agree, Jeff,
Everyone's
right, that
trying
it's
to
worth
build their
keeping
own
our attention
LLMs with,
on
I
all of these
guess,
different forms and not
potentially
obsessing
slightly
with the phenomenon.
different data sets and
Absolutely, yeah.
maybe slightly different algorithms.
Yeah, I've been wondering
Mhm.
if psychophysics should be brought
That's
into
the
the
thing.
discussion in a more direct
Yeah,
way.
and yeah, I mean, you can get a lot of significant difference in performance depending on those slight variations.
So it has to do specifically with
It's
the
interesting.
Yeah,
physics
and
of
I guess
neurons
that's what I'm curious of, but I never dug into it
interconnections
too
and that
much.
stuff. But
Ooh, I'm just
the
gonna save
behavior
this.
of
This
humans
anyway.
and other animals
That
is
desktop.
reflected in
No.
psychophysical experiments, and I think there's an
Coding.
opportunity to
Okay,
get to
so
benchmarks
still
that
chatting.
way. They could be applied both to engineered
I want
intelligent systems
a
as well as biological
new
systems
file.
that would really provide an opportunity to do comparisons without having to go all the way to the neuron or to whatever the description of the computation is.
Can I have the slide for a second? Yeah, I think the first point here, the first bullet, is psychophysics or cognitive science or measure of behavior, benchmarking including. The second one is more like recordings. I think the first one is the more important in these cases.
But I wonder what the panel, when they refer to neuro
Okay, so let me.
Let's ask them, the virtual panel.
Psychophysics, I totally agree, by the way, that psychophysics is actually exactly what we need. And we even, maybe we were slightly premature with this, but about maybe even almost a decade ago, we had a thing called PsychLab, which is like a virtual test lab for AI systems. And I think it's precisely that, the behavioral testing under very rigorous controls is probably something we need to push a lot harder on.
Requires
as
shell
opposed to just
integration.
the
Okay,
sort
so
of
I don't
neural
want to
recording
do
of
shell
behavior.
We'll be useful
I
for
totally
later.
agree that psychophysics
from there.
should be a huge part of it.
Is
So
there?
one question of clarification.
And where's my API key?
If you look at something like AlexNet, it bases most of its decision. It relies a lot on texture. And if you look at these new AI generative models, they rely much less on texture for doing classification. Is that the kind of thing you call psychophysics? Yeah. In that case, yeah, I think we need a lot more of that.
But it would be also other things, Jeff, like testing like memory situations and set up like kind of practical little experiments. Actually, we used to model them on rat experiments originally, but you might have to update them now because our systems are too sophisticated.
Okay, I wonder if I can.
I think one
can I
of
just
the
do a new terminal
nice
now?
things about the fact that these very powerful models exist is that some of the ideas that are being discussed here about
source
using
exec
psychophysics
packagex.
as an
Why is it doing that?
we don't need to make a discussion. We can just go and try it, and like very quickly already get some interesting results to discuss. And by we, I don't just mean people in the big labs. I mean, there are powerful open source models now. There is model access. Like big labs provide model access for researchers. So you could find out very quickly.
Oh, I see. Okay, so then you need to go authentication API keys allowed.
And DeepMind, how do you allocate your resources? So you clearly have obvious commercial industrial goals.
Keys.
And yet it would not be successful unless you do good work somehow. So how do you allocate your resources between just technology, theory, and neuroscience? How do you view that within your companies?
Maybe one way to think of it, I don't know if you would agree.
So why is it doing? Oh, it's because it's trying to do.
In general, there tends to be more hill climbing.
The Copilot CLI.
You know, bet on a particular approach and then you keep improving it. In academia, there's more jumping around because your academia is constantly being pollinated with new thinkers, with new ideas. And there's no infrastructure really for hill climbing anyway, not scaling things up. So this is in my mind, a natural division of ideation.
So the question implied that there is tension between the needs of the product and the needs of research.
That one done now.
There is some sense in which it is true. There is a different sense in which it is a lot less true. And I want to explain the sense in which it is less true. You know, it is pretty obvious that there is a fair bit of competition between the different companies on how well their AI is doing. Which means that if you become a little bit too short-sighted, then next year or in 2 years, your AI will not be doing as well. And so that creates a lot of desire and simple commercial incentive to continue to improve the AI. Improve doesn't also mean to make it more capable. It also means to make.
Oh God!
The
you know, there's too much shit in AI when somebody says you should check out this bloop thinger, and you go look at it, and not only do you already have it starred, but you fucking forked at some point.
Hell yeah!
That'd be very surprising for me because I almost never fork things.
I fork everything just in case some weird shit happens, like happened with Roop and how the guy who made Roop.
Oh yeah, he took it down?
Well, the original guy who made it was like Indian, so he took it down for cultural context reasons, because to him, the fact that it was being used to do like deepfake nudes was like ultra embarrassing with his culture's social context around sexuality, and he didn't want to be linked to that. Whereas like the other guy who worked on the project was like, whatever, I don't give a fuck.
How are we thinking about how things should be as opposed to merely how they are right now? I think all these things factor in together to continue to make progress.
Latest.
So, may I ask one more question? I'm going to agitate another question. So I want to go back to something that Dennis was saying before, which is we need to invest more on testing and understanding how to test, which resonates very much with me. I was involved in the field of vision with defining problems through benchmarks, and that worked for a while. Now I find that when I think about these large vision and language models, it's becoming more and more complicated to define what is the task and then what is the benchmark that we should use.
How do I grab things from a Docker or from the environment for a Docker container? I don't remember.
Don't have a good compass.
Grab things from the. I mean, don't you Docker exec and then echo?
No, but I want to do it programmatically through a Docker Compose.
scientist in a company.
Because I want it to look into my environment file and put the environment variables in, but I don't want it to be like saved to the image.
In somebody's paper somewhere, and you don't even know if they mean anything. And looking at the neuroscience
NVM
aspect,
is
I
good.
think we also have a little bit of that in the sense
So
of
now I
interested in
do
understanding how the brain
this.
works. But many of us in the labs end up with very stereotyped preparations where the animal has to perform a task that is even unclear whether it has any ecological meaning for the animal. And the animal overlearns it over months, and then we study what the neurons do. And it's very unclear what it does in our perspective of the ecological value of intelligence. And so it feels like in both fields,
Oh, okay.
we think what is
So I just gotta put these in brackets then.
good for, what is behavior, what are animals or automata trying to achieve, and how to measure in some ways the fitness
I just
of
gotta click the environment file. So let's
ecological
save
fitness
that
of these
file.
creatures. So it feels like it's a very rich set of questions that
Copy,
Demis brought up, and I'm wondering if
What do I do? Where do I go?
we
I
know
go
what Demis thinks, but
to
I'm wondering if Jeff or
login
Ilya
device.
have thoughts on that, whether they agree with what I say, that it's difficult to measure performance.
And then we go Docker.
Yeah, so
compose
there is no doubt whatsoever that measuring performance is extremely difficult. I want to give some examples.
That's working.
You may have heard claims, those of you who have been in AI, so let's say in the mid 2010s, claims around superhuman performance on vision being achieved.
Let's try it now.
Like at some point, some researchers have achieved superhuman performance on vision on the ImageNet dataset. Well,
so
then,
now let's go.
We got there.
But we were obviously not superhuman.
Let's go way down here.
I've done 0 coding so far since coming to this event.
Hell yeah, me too. I've just been fucking with my environment as you
really
do.
Too big of a deal because these neural nets, it was
Okay.
You should have a project when you do these. Like pick a simple goal, like make a chat GUI or like fucking
we riffed
make an
on
API
it.
point or something.
Yeah, we riffed on it a little bit at the beginning, but have now I don't know, have just been kind of
being used widely,
floating around a little bit.
To understand their performance.
But
if you take, let's say,
as long as
any one
if
of
people
the
are
large
finding it valuable,
large language model
then that's good.
that you can find online.
But also, I will put that in the suggestion box for next week.
Is it because there isn't?
I was thinking we probably could get OpenGPTs up and going since
that'd be cool.
Yeah, I went over it with 2 of the guys on Friday, but we didn't really hack on it too much, so
you may see people
it's kind of on the list of things to go mess with.
Behavior, they go viral. Then other people try to do similar things and they fail.
Okay, so now
it's
I want to go
not to say that our
to
neural nets don't work. They obviously do.
Ubuntu.
But it does say that measurement
Verba.
is genuinely not straightforward.
We're gonna do.
And this is an area where I think there is room for very meaningful conceptual and empirical.
What time is it now? Is it 5 o'clock?
Something like that.
Comment I have. I used to do experiments on GPT-4.
Just losing track of where I am.
It could look at the web when I was fairly confident that everything it knew happened before January of 2023. Or was it 22? And so you could log off, log on again, and then ask it a slightly varied version of the question and get a different response. And I didn't think you're going to be able to do that anymore. As soon as anybody talks about doing an experiment, GPT-4 will be able to see discussion on the web about that experiment, is my guess. It's going to be very, very hard to do any kind of systematic experiments.
So, Pietro, maybe my thought on this is, look, if it was easy, it'd have been done already, right? So it's definitely not easy because all the people on this call and well, I've been thinking about this for, we've all been thinking about it 15, 20 years, and we have a lot of, thousands of researchers and whatever. It's very hard. But my point is, this is my pitch to Tommy of like what I believe MIT, this is what I would do if I was at MIT in CPMM right now. Don't worry about building this sort of compute race of like building the largest models. You can I think most of the leading labs would give you access to the models for analysis and safety work and so on. So assume you have that, right? So you don't need to join that race. what we really need, and what I think you're hearing from everybody from the Lean Labs, is this involves theory, involves neuroscience, it involves psychophysics, it involves practical experimentation. Is how are we going to wrestle these questions of emerging properties, right benchmarks, testing these new types of intelligences, as Ilya says. Like we've all seen this, like in AlphaGo, you have a system better than the world champion,
Okay, so
but
the
if you
component
get it
CI
out of
should be
distribution,
working.
you
So we
can
go
make it do weird
nano.
things even today. I mean, we could fix that, but there's no point for Go. But it's that these are kind of lumpy intelligences that sort of seem they can have big delta sort of holes in what they know because of the way that they're trained in a way that human intelligence can't have, right? Because of the way that humans learn. So it may even require whole sort of new theories or meta theories of learning that we don't have today. I think it's extremely rich space for the next 5-10 years, which probably plays into the strengths of what MIT and CBMM can do. And I think it's extremely badly needed and urgently needed. And it's probably complementary to what Lean Labs is good at. I mean, we try to do a bit of that at Google DeepMind. We do have some neuroscientists. That's pretty unusual already for AI labs. But there isn't enough, that they're not attracted to do that kind of work in those kind of places. So I think this is a big opportunity, and it's I think desperately
Shell
needed if one
pass.
thinks about deploying these systems and the safety of these systems and grappling with that GI or human level.
Login shells.
So I think there couldn't be a clearer, in my view, sort of mission or clarion call. And in addition, that will help, of course, understand the human mind in many different ways we've discussed today as well. Anyway, I'll stop there.
Just quickly on the benchmarking problem, I agree with everything that has been said. Benchmarking is extremely difficult in part because even if it's a well-defined problem, so certain problems have a right answer and you can benchmark, but most problems don't have a right answer. They have, it depends on, context, for example, or it depends on, your, we were talking about this early, your philosophical framework is overlaid onto, so there really needs to be some thinking on, what we even mean by benchmarking when you're dealing with, fuzzy outputs. And I don't really know. And I would add to that benchmarking is really important.
Okay, so that's up and running.
Because, if you decide on your benchmarking function, then people will tune essentially their models to maximize, they should, their performance on that. And so if you got the benchmarking function wrong, you could end up building things that aren't, that are good at the wrong things, so to speak.
Very good. There are many other questions that I want to ask, but before that, let's open to the audience the possibility to ask questions. So let's see, there was somebody was the first one. Well, we'll go randomly.
Oh.
Jean-Jacques.
Yeah, so this has been kind of alluded to before, but maybe let me ask this a little more directly. So we've been all raised with the idea of evolution, right? And particularly the fact that the brain evolved from the refinement of sensory motor control. There's the vignette of the sea squirt, which is this little animal which swims and then fixates itself on a rock, and at this point swallows its own brain because it doesn't need to do motion anymore. Okay. So here we are at a strange place now with LLMs, right, where we have language before motion. In a sense, we have conversational agents and so on, but we nowhere near to having a robot plumber, let's say. And it's true that LLMs have, of course, absorbed, as Demis would say, all the knowledge of the internet and so on. But for instance, I am certainly incapable of describing the details of what I'm doing, what I'm manipulating something, what am I sensing, so this is not something which is easily describable. So are we missing something by having this kind of language before motion behavior?
I think it's not entirely true. I mean, maybe Ilya could comment on the Rubik's Cube.
Like, I think the analogy that the data that exists in the fossil fuel is great. and that's farthest fossil fuel played an important role in making the AI that we have today. And at least for now, at least up until this point, in the past, robots were expensive and there wasn't any robotic data. It was expensive. No one could train big neural net and run them on robots. So the recipe that's been working today did not apply to robots. Changing very quickly. If you look at some of the advancements in robotics that various labs are producing, it's looking pretty good. I mean, from the really cool work from Google, DeepMind, from recently from the Toyota TTIC, Toyota Technology Institute. They've been training really cool neural nets that control robots like flip pancakes and stuff like this. And now it's becoming possible. People now believe that it's possible, whereas before they didn't. So indeed, it is true that one could argue that perhaps things, the AI we have aren't quite as complete, certainly not future complete as a robot. But if you look at the advanced progress in robotics, I think in a few years, things will look very, very different. And
Yeah. I agree with that, Ilya. And I mean, we just released our RTX sort of generalist robot system, and it's it's still far from anything that's generally capable of robotics. But I wouldn't hold out that this is different
All right, so
from.
hopefully,
I think language was already very hard, and that was doable. And we have other ways to get around it. I think very realistic simulations, physics simulations, and also just gathering more data from large robot farms, arm farms. I think there's ways to get around this, and then generalizing from general models
okay.
into
So
the
package
robotics
X is
domain.
back.
I don't
Copilot CLI
think it's going to be
works.
that hard in the next few years, so I wouldn't
So
over-index
now, why did I want?
body
Oh yeah.
being different, in my opinion.
For those of us who sit in the intersectionality of industry and academic work, when we think about how to apply theories into practice to drive innovation and enhance lives, blah, 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 in the real world, here are some questions I want to, one question I want to ask is, we all
I
know
was
the importance
thinking,
of solution, a problem, right? And we talked about
I
it
just
some
I
point
just
when
ran
we talked about
across
goals, assumptions, what happened in blind spots. So
100
here's the
devs,
thing. If you can go
which is
back
like
20
a
years from
fucking
ago,
zero to
and you look
hero
at this
software
AI
engineering
field,
course.
what are potential
And
blind
maybe we could just start like do a weekly thing where we kind of like run through that, or well, the videos are pretty long, so maybe like ideally during the week we watch the video or chat about it or whatever.
I think like picking a small project and working on it would be more fun.
Yeah, you think so?
With using machine
And it's a better way to learn.
in a very, very imperfect
Because hands-on, like if I have something at the end of it where I'm like, cool, I made a thing, I'm way more excited the next time I go. And then also,
what are some of those
it like gives you more real-world experience. Because like you can build follow a million courses, but the second you start fucking around with real code and like repos and how messy it is, like you have no idea.
I mean, I agree to a point, I suppose, where like for me it's really helpful to start off with a course, and then after I like kind of know the sort of the lay of the land, because like I don't if I'm going in completely blind and just trying to fumble my way around, I'll just get like annoyed. But if I have like a little bit of rails to start me off, then it's more
yeah, that makes sense.
And like it's gratifying for me to do well in a course. Like I don't know, it's just it's how my brain works, I guess.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks. Because I hate courses.
Yeah, absolutely. I was one of those people that enjoyed my time at school.
To the ground here in a place like MIT. So I think
Oh my god, I've like fucked it up by looking at a PDF.
Rip.
What I've observed in this community is the biggest
Okay, so now I want to.
AI research has been Facebook's PyTorch models. Those tend to be the models that we use in our research. We attempt to try and draw experiments across the open source available versions of those models. But I think it would be quite beneficial to be able to do both sort of large-scale experimental grid searches over, for example, psychophysical parameters in an experiment, but also, smaller-scale model psychophysical searches where we're able to train much smaller models than something like GPT, but would still need to do it at large scale to train many different versions to test many different hypotheses. It's sort of like Hubel and Wiesel were doing a grid search, but on a screen with a little pen and a piece of paper. If we could do that at the scale that industry is training models, we might actually be able to pursue alignment research at a much higher clip. So I'm wondering what the doors to that might be, how you're thinking about that, what resources you might be willing to devote to that, and how you know, we could get that conversation rolling on how to do experimentation at scale with robust controls and checks from academia, but with the resources.
Why these has got to be it.
Well, look, I mean, I can just give a short answer to that. Look, I think the leading labs are willing to, and we're talking to government about this as well, like provide access to the models. So, you know, we should just sort of think about that.
All right. Well, hopefully get remote set dash URL origin.
Open sourcing, which
Oh my
is
God.
out of scope
I
today,
can't close this thing.
which is to do
Oh
with,
no.
Obviously, we're, you know, big proponents of open science, and we published many things in the past that's underpinned a lot of the advances you see today. But
Wants
as
me
these
out.
systems become
How
more
do I kill this
powerful,
process?
we
I
have
guess
to
it's just the way
answer
I'm
the
doing it.
questions, like obvious questions, in my
Close.
opinion, like bad actor use case. You know, bad actors getting hold of powerful technology and then repurposing them for bad ends, right? And bad actors could be individuals or nation states. So one has to have an answer to these questions, while still obviously keeping the open science flowing. So it's not easy. That's another thing that's incredibly difficult. Otherwise, it would have been solved already.
Yeah, I'll briefly comment on this as well. It is the case that OpenAI, and I believe many other AI labs, provide access to their models for academic research, and that's really the answer. You know, large models are expensive, but you can still do a lot of things with them. Certainly much easier to run, let's say, psychophysics-inspired experiment on models compared to human beings or rats or something like this.
My name is Manolis Kellis. I'm a professor at MIT in AI and computer science, and my research on genomics, computational biology, and also a lot of molecular neuroscience, so the molecular underpinnings of human disease. So a lot of us in this meeting have been wondering a lot about the diversity of human neurons and how vulnerability is associated with schizophrenia and you know, neurodegeneration, Alzheimer's, etc., are in fact pointing to very specific neuronal mechanisms, very specific subclasses of neurons. And there's a big debate, and today we talked a lot about that, about how much does it really matter that we have different types of neurons in the brain? How much should we try to understand
I used
the
Excellidraw to
role
make
of this
a
extraordinary
workflow
diversity of
plan
dozens
for
of
how
different
this
types of
shit
excitatory
maybe all
inhibitory
merges
neurons, the role
together.
of glial cells, etc.
There you
Is
go.
AI
Cool.
at this point
Frickin'
the
now
easiest
take that
next
Excellidraw and throw it at
from
Jippity
that? Do you
and
think
say,
that
can you start coding
Build me
this
the
for
thing.
me?
You know,
I
Give
might
me
need
a
to put you in a
skeleton.
few more of. I might need to fill in a few more of the squares if you haven't looked at it then for Jupiter itself.
Oh, I looked at it. I just want to see if it, since it's trained up to 2021, I want to see how many of those repos it actually has in its training data. Or, sorry, trained up to 2023.
It cuts off just before Gen Agents got put up, so it doesn't even have access to the generative agents paper, and the repo for that didn't get put up till August. But it's easy enough to feed it all that. The thing is cleaning and standardizing the papers to remove unnecessary text, and then maybe chunking them into smaller files so you don't need to develop a special a singular file reading process.
True paradigm shifting capabilities that could
Yeah, you could ask Jippity to give you that.
understanding how
Yeah, I'm getting there. It's all about just cleaning up, like you said, setting up your goddamn environment.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, yikes, I gotta set up the rest of the environment that you can't see as well.
I see, I see.
Right, like there's all the data to clean up. At least the computer itself that I gotta work on is fixed and has been for a while, but I kind of needed to let the field go fallow so I could do some more work and
The brain's been highly
stop
optimized
pushing.
over a long evolutionary period.
Specify git
it's
pull
got all these different kinds of neurons because it helps to have
set
all these different kinds of
upstream
neurons
to
that it could do pretty well with far fewer types. Obviously, it needs several types. So things like layer normalization in the AI models were inspired by inhibition in the brain. So there's a little bit of neural diversity in these AI models that comes from that. But my guess is a sort of Crick's view, which is that evolution's a tinkerer, and it's been tinkering for a long time, and it's come up with all
did
these
exactly what you told me to do.
different kinds of neurons. But you probably don't need all of those to get an intelligent system.
I have one quick comment on this, which
Git
is
oh, it's git branch. I'm dumb.
if we take trained neural network, perhaps a large trained open source model, we may already discover lots of interesting neuron types.
Okay, get
In fact, that is very likely to be the case.
Lazy get.
So the panel is phenomenal. So I would like to ask you, what is your opinion about AI-enabled scientific revolution? Is AI everything? Is anything
Is it
something
cargo?
cannot be done?
Forget what it is.
So
Well, I
combine
think Demis-
AI with the science. Yes.
Demis has already shown it can be done.
Yeah, well, look, that's been my goal and passion from the start. This is why I've worked my whole life on AI, is to, exciting moment now where we can apply it to helping us understand the world and the universe around us. So I think AlphaFold is my calling card for that, of what we may be able to do.
Wow,
And I
they
hope when
only
we
have
look
warp
back
on
it in
Mac.
10 years'
That's
time, it will
terrible.
just be the beginning of a new sort of era of AI
I need
enabled
more toys.
biology or AI enabled science. I think right now the way I think about this is looking at all the systems we've built. You can boil it down to sort of quite simply, really. I think for situations where you've got massive combinatorial search space, and often there's a lot of things that can be couched like that, maybe material design, chemistry, lots of things in biology. And then there's a solution. There's a solution to that, whether that's like the correct protein fold out of all the possible ways a protein could fold, for example. You've got to find, you need a model, first of all, of the underlying space, so that you can therefore search that,
Do I use Git stuff
space
on
in a
Linux?
tractable
Not
way
really.
to find that needle in a haystack answer. And and AlphaGo is basically, that's what AlphaGo is, right? But obviously in the game of Go. Because it would be impossible to just do the search on its own. You need a model, some kind of reasonable model. It doesn't even have to be that good of Go and the dynamics of Go and the motifs in Go. And it's the same with AlphaFold. So I think right now there are many problems in science that I think if you couch it like that could be solved already with existing systems, let alone the next systems that come along that might be able to generate new hypotheses and things like that themselves. I don't think we're at that stage yet.
Nope.
We have to put in the hypotheses.
Okay, so
and
we're in
frame the
business over
questions
there.
and give it the data and sort of build the model.
And let's
So it's
lazy
very
get
much
now.
a tool right now for human experts to use, which is what we do. But and it's very general. We're applying it to not just biology but chemistry, to fusion.
Okay, I'm hoping
and also mathematics and
that I
theory.
didn't mess up the Git. We'll see.
Actually, I think there's actually, when you start thinking of it
Git
in that
pull.
way, there are a lot of problems in science that could fit
Commit dash M.
setup.
Appropriate problem
Oh wait.
with what we're talking about
Git
today.
add.
I've always believed that AI will
Dash
advance rapidly enough that it will actually help us perhaps solve the problem of understanding the brain. And we should really be applying this full circle.
Yeah, let me take
Oh wait, Git
a
add.
quick poll among
No, it's pre-commit not found.
all of the panelists.
What do you mean?
One question that was underlying what you underneath what you said and what was discussed many times is how original or creative.
Okay, can we do
the latest large
pre-commit install?
Of course, we know that, for instance, AlphaGo did some pretty creative moves.
Install pre-commit.
South Korea. So that's possible. But to be very concrete, do you think the existing models or some, the next GPT-4, say GPT-5 or so,
Okay, so pre-commit
would
is
be able
done.
to state a
Add
new non-trivial
commit
mathematical conjecture?
M.
I'm not saying
Commit.
proving it. I'm saying stating it. Who think it's possible within the next 5 years?
Okay. I don't think I've ever worked with pre-commit before. I hope it's okay.
I'm not sure.
Nothing to
Neither
commit.
am
Okay,
Do you know
git
whether it can?
push.
I mean,
Let me give you
Git
an
push
example of something
origin.
creative that GPT-4 can already do.
Name of your
that
current
most
branch
people
does not
can't do.
match the name of your upstream. Push
So
the upstream
we're
branch.
still trapped in the idea of thinking logical reasoning is the
Git
essence
help
of intelligence.
config.
When we know that
Not
being
really,
able to
but
see,
some people.
well,
Yeah.
we know that being able to see analogies, especially kind of remote analogies, is a very important aspect of intelligence. So I asked GPT-4, what has a compost heap got in common with an atom bomb? And GPT-4 nailed it. Most people just say nothing.
Oh my god, this is confusing me. I don't.
It started off by saying they're very different energy scales. So on the face of it, they look to be very different. But then it got into chain reactions and how the rate at which they're generating energy increases. Their energy increases the rate at which they generate energy. So it got the idea of a chain reaction. And the thing is, it knows about 10,000 times as much as a person. So it's going to be able to see all sorts of analogies that we can't see.
Yeah, so my feeling is on this, and starting with things
Okay,
like AlphaGo,
I think we're in
and
business.
today's systems
I
like
think we
Bard
fixed
and
it. All right.
GPT,
I'll reward myself by going to go get water.
They're clearly creative in some sense. Like if you get them to do poetry, they're pretty amazing. Poetry now. We have systems that can create great music, lots of things that we would regard as very creative. All the image stuff, text-to-image stuff. I still think what you're asking, though, Tommy, is not possible, in my opinion. I would guess. I mean, we can't categorically say it, because I think there's three types. I've talked about this before, probably with you and maybe even at CBMM, about. I think of it as three levels of creativity, and we clearly have the first two. So first is interpolation, just averaging what you've seen to create something, a prototypical new thing, like a new cat from all the cat images you've seen. Right, that's the lowest level of creativity. Then there's extrapolation, which is, I think, where we're at. So that's like Move 37 with AlphaGo, new Go strategies, new pieces of music, new pieces of poetry, and spotting analogies between things you couldn't spot as a human. And I think these systems can definitely do that. But then there's a third level, which I call like invention or out-of-the-box thinking. And that would be the equivalent of AlphaGo inventing Go. Not coming up with a good Go move, but inventing Go or inventing chess. Right, and they can't do that. Something that's as good that we, as human sort of game aficionados, would regard as classically good, in some aesthetic way, right? As good, and they can't, right? And so
that's ready to go. So now I have Verba.
Picasso coming up with cubism, or a great mathematician coming up with new conjecture. But I don't believe that it's magic. I think that we will have systems that can do that. I don't think they can do that today. And there's something missing still, but I think we will be able to do that in future.
So I agree with Demis. What about Ilan? Do you agree, or?
I mean, I think that the neural networks that exist today are clearly and unquestionably creative. They are not as creative as the most creative humans in history in all areas.
Now I need a token. Man, there's so many things you need for this thing to work.
Right?
I was asking about mathematics in practice.
Well, like conjectures, it's a bit tricky, right?
But you know, it goes to exactly to what Demis said. Can you invent group theory from, or something?
That's different from a conjecture.
Okay.
Group theory is a little bit, it's a pretty high bar we're talking about here.
Visit localhost 8000.
I think a lot of
Ports. We got an 8000?
Question.
Where did you get your token
Even on
from?
creativity,
I didn't get a token,
Oh, there
actually.
it is.
So I would say that one of the things that I struggle with is, without benchmark, computers forever have been able to outperform humans, from almost the moment they were invented in certain tasks. And so to really understand what's going on here, and I'm not disagreeing with anything being said.
Okay.
But
So
really
I didn't get a token, but I was able to run it. So not sure what's going on.
Others have pointed out.
Just a historical comment. I've lived through a long period of time when
You need to configure some API keys. Start by obtaining the necessary.
The collected works of Gary Marcus is a nice history.
Below is a comprehensive.
So I don't believe those statements anymore because for almost all the things people have said, they can now do them, and people, proving a mathematical theorem. Well, neural networks will never do that.
Let's see. Does Weaviate cost money?
the task, making it harder and harder.
I assume that's the
And
token
No,
you
it's a
need.
free trial.
There's no reason to believe there's anything that people can do that they can't.
You need an API
And
key for it.
we may not be able to.
Or what's the token that
they
you
may not be able
I need it.
to come up
you're
with
saying you need?
profound new
They want a
ideas or
GitHub token.
conjectures yet. But
Oh,
that doesn't
interesting.
mean they won't be able to in 20 years' time.
Yeah, you just Google for the PhD.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I just didn't know off the top of my
Yeah, I
head.
mean, unless there's something non-computable going on in the brain, right? And
exactly.
Yeah. So
Just a quick question. Where's the video for the audio that's playing right now? Is there a way to watch it in tune?
I don't know that there is a way to watch it in time, unfortunately. Although I might be able to.
What do you mean?
Make one real quick. But the.
Oh, I'm just curious if I wanted to watch it while you're listening to it, like for certain sections, if there's a way to sync it.
If you look over in the right side, there is a link to the talk under the track in queued. But let me actually double check and see if I can add something to her to play videos real quick.
I wouldn't say it in public.
Yeah, I was just curious if it's synced. It probably doesn't sync, right?
Currently it doesn't provide. Currently it's only audio. It's only playing the audio. But clicking that link will take you to the YouTube that you can watch the video for. But no, there isn't a way to sync the two right now. So I'm gonna go look for a cog for her real quick and see if I can add her ability to play videos. Cog video YouTube.
So let me move to neuroscience. I think the question is, what would be a breakthrough in neuroscience?
So those are streams.
That would be a big impact on machine learning. And I think if we could know more about how learning is done in the brain, whether it's done by propagation or something else, something else is, that would be great. I think, one of the most dramatic agent in the explosive progress of neural networks has been backpropagation and gradient descent. So, the question is if that, like many people think, it's unlikely to be biologically plausible. I think it would be quite interesting to know how the brain does it, and that may have the potential to have an impact on AI as well. But you may
It is
think
need unstructured.
there are
These fuckers won't send me the email.
Potential breakthrough in neuroscience that may have an impact.
Full-fledged media player. Okay, well let's take a look and see.
Well, I think it's
look at this
fairly
thing.
clear that the brain isn't going to be doing backpropagation through time. That seems very unlikely. All the theories of how the brain does backpropagation that I know of are for doing backpropagation through multiple cortical areas. It's also fairly clear that these big language models, and the multimodal ones too, are storing far more information per connection than the brain. Now, it may just be because they've got far more experience, and we will be able to get much more
Here it is.
if we have much more experience. But I suspect now, I've always thought the brain must be doing some form of backpropagation, but I now suspect it may be doing something dumber.
Radio station.
But if I could get one question answered by GPT-20,
so that is only
it would
audio.
be, does the brain implement some form of backpropagation?
This was great. Thank you all.
Thanks everyone.
Post in a channel. Post in a channel. Search YouTube for videos. And also. Okay, will this let her play it, I wonder? Let's see. YouTube. Let's hop over to the YouTube one. Search YouTube for videos. Search query. Okay, so that just searches it though. I don't think it actually plays it. Although I guess well, yeah, so that would.
You know?
Oh, cringe. I guess the Discord servers will not let bots play video traffic. Like Discord will drop the traffic. Kind of annoying, bro. Not fantastic. Let me see. Let me check something real quick. I gotta make sure that I'm not. Okay, terminal. Connections open. Okay, cool. And we can swap over to this. And then I can go here. Let's see.
User Python packages depreciation warning. Hello, traceback, imports. Client none, unsupported operandi type setup client.
Oh, I guess this, yeah, this probably needs a screen. But the watch together thing is like, puts a frickin' limit on it. It's really annoying. Well, this will work, I suppose. There we go. Now it has a video. It's not a red. You have to like click on it and stuff. But and I don't think it lets you watch streams at the same time, which is also cringe.
In this talk, I'm going to walk you through some of my projects that I've built and all of the lessons that I learned along the way to build great AI apps that can scale to millions of users. So let's get right into it. So to set the stage with some context, I've been building side projects pretty consistently for about 2 years now.
So is the video synced in this one?
11 side projects.
Yeah, if you click on the, there should be a little like rocket ship at the bottom that you can click, and then it should let you watch the video.
Hit that goal and slightly exceeded it as well.
Interesting. And then audio is just separate.
Thank you.
Well, so I'm using a different utility than, so the bot's not playing it right now. I just used the built-in Discord watch YouTube together activity, which has a time limit on it, which is really annoying, but this is as close as it's gonna get.
That signed up. And fun fact, every single one of these projects that I launched was...
At least we found a hack.
Yeah, I'm thinking there is a way I could do it. Actually.
How do you get audio playing at the same time?
So for this, if you're using the little watch together activity, all you have to do is put in the YouTube link and it'll give you audio and video at the same time. I have a bot in this channel, it's Red. I can give her a YouTube link and she can play the audio from the link. and she is
Got it.
a version of Redbot, which is like the most popular bot on GitHub for Discord. And you can add like a bunch of stuff to her. She can do all sorts of stuff. She's got a, let's see. Hey Red, what all can you do?
Little to no Twitter following, and in fact, less than 5% of the traffic of those 8.5
I don't know if she even knows what she can do.
all of my projects, less than 5%
Okay.
of the traffic
Yeah,
actually
she's
comes
got a little
from my
bit,
Twitter account.
a little bit of an
So
idea.
you
She
may be
can do
thinking,
those
where
things.
does traffic come from? And
I wonder if
honestly,
she
it's a lot of
actually
word of mouth and video
read.
and SEO, other influencers sharing
What's like
it,
a
so I'm gonna
random
get to
API?
that, in a bit
Isn't there
as
like
well.
a pests
So today I wanna talk to
API
y'all, like friends, and when I talk to my
endpoints?
friends about my projects, I kind of just share my laptop and go through a bunch of things. So I'm gonna switch over to my laptop.
Just
here
out of curiosity, sorry, how would I get the audio from the Watch Together thing to work?
Let's do that. Wonderful.
It should be working right now. If you're clicking on the Watch Together activity, then you should be able to hear it.
Hmm. Maybe it's just me.
You might have to.
I can watch it.
Mhm.
Oh, but I can't get the audio going.
Is the video small or large? Because you may have to like click on it and have it become large, and then it'll let you hear it. Like I don't think you're in the activity right now.
It's a full screen. Like I didn't open it up in a separate YouTube window.
Oh, okay. No, you are
But it wasn't
participating,
full
so
screen.
it should be playing for you right now.
No, I'm kidding. Web3 has its place for sure, but this is really the.
So there's a volume thing at the bottom, just like there is on YouTube, and then outside of that, you might need to go into your settings and then do tweak your probably voice and video, I think.
It's probably setting.
Let's see, activity privacy. Yeah, I don't know. One of those things.
I also have some trouble with Discord audio settings.
To generate a QR code that links to the conference that just looks a little bit better than the black and white QR codes. And so we built this, and we weren't expecting way too much. Because people really don't have to generate QR codes every single minute. So yeah, we put it out there, got about 8,000 visitors, about 8,000 QR codes generated, and so we were like, okay, cool. And I was like, all right, I want to try to build something that has more like daily active users or people that will use it consistently. So I built this little tool that summarizes TechCrunch articles. So the idea is that you go to TechCrunch.com, you can click any article that you want, and all you have to do is add summary to the end of the URL over there, and it'll redirect you to my website and kind of summarize the whole article using GPT 3.5 in a couple of bullet points.
Nice.
And so the reason I'm showing you a video here and not a live demo is because I got a very nice email from the TechCrunch lawyers when I launched this, telling me to take it down. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, anyway, I took it down and I moved on. That one did pretty good when I launched it, and then they made me take it down, and it kind of died off from there. And then I started just like replying to random people on Twitter. So Samina here asked, like, can someone help me build an AI to help me pick classes? So I was like, all right, bet, I got you. And built this little thing in like a couple hours where it takes some information about yourself, your face shape, and your gender, and you can add some relevant context. And it uses a combination of LLMs and the Amazon API to find the ideal glasses for you, and actually links them on there so that you can buy them. So yeah, I just started replying to a bunch of tweets. Another one was by my friend Theo, who said someone should make an app that kind of auto-generates commit messages for you. And then my CTO tagged me and was like, CC, Sassan, I love that idea, which translates to build this as soon as possible. So I was like, all right, I got you. And I built a little tool. So essentially, you could run git add, you run the CLI tool that I built, AI commit, and it analyzes your git diff and produces a little commit message for you that you can then use to commit. And these are like very small, hacky solutions. You know, my CTO tagged me at 7:53 p.m. on February 11th, and then less than 2 hours later, I replied with that little script. Thank you. And after I saw it get some attention, I was like, okay, I need to clean this up. I need to figure out how to bundle it into an NPM package.
Damn it.
And so
This is
that's what I
annoying.
spent my Monday morning on. I hope my manager isn't watching, but that was a fun Monday. And yeah, kind of bundled it out there and posted it as an NPM package. And now I think over 30,000 developers are now using it to commit their messages. And it's one of my more popular open source repos. There's some PRs that I need to take a look at. But yeah, a bunch of 6,000 stars and about 25 contributors. And so this was kind of my exploration with LLMs. And so actually I have one more project called the Twitter Bio Generator. And essentially
Can anyone else
also
hear
open
the
source like most of my
YouTube
other
video,
projects.
either
But you
through
just put in some
Red
context
or
about
something
you
else?
so we can do like
I can hear
engineer
it. I
at
don't know if
Microsoft,
anybody else is
and we can
bothering
say
to hear
loves
it.
volleyball.
but-
And pick a vibe and it'll make your Twitter bio for you and kind of stream in text from GPT 3.5.
You don't have it muted at like on the like you have volume on the video itself.
Yeah, it was maxed. I threw a screenshot in there before.
Who's gonna use this? This is just like this little chat GPT wrapper. Like
Huh,
everybody
yeah, then
in
you
this room can
should
build
be-
this thing. But I think we constantly
Should be good, I
underestimate
think.
like
I'm
the
curious if
majority of
anyone
the
else
world
wants to
are
test
not
it.
AI engineers.
Probably
Nobody can build
not.
this. A lot of people haven't even used
Baka, you got a
ChatGPT
sec?
yet.
You want
Like,
to click
it's
on the thing
crazy.
and see
So
if you can
even
hear the thing?
simplest apps can do really, really well.
Sure.
And so that's a common theme that you might see is like all of these are very, very simple apps. So I launched it and it got about 200,000 visitors that used it. I got about 100,000 people in a single weekend, and then I hit my OpenAI bill and had to shut it down for a little bit. So
Are you able to hear the
it's always a
thing?
good sign.
Yeah, I
so
can hear it.
after this, I kind of switched
Okay, cool.
into image-to-image model. So I built
Yeah,
this
your shit's broke.
photo restore website that basically
Oh,
uploads
man.
old photos. And the motivation behind this actually was
Let's see. Which is weird that you can hear us, but you can't hear the activities.
That's what I thought. So I'm still on the watch together thing.
Mm-hmm.
in a picture and restore it. So we'll see if the internet is working out. We'll hopefully see the image come in a few seconds. And if not, I can move on and come back to it. All right, I'll come back to it. So again, open source repo, and this one like really did well. And it kind of is my most consistent project. It still has about 250,000 people that use it every month, mostly actually in India and Indonesia, which makes a lot of sense because the phone cameras there are a lot lower quality. So it makes sense that they would use it. But shortly after it went viral, I got a lot of inappropriate images being uploaded. And so I had to, I used actually TensorFlow.js, and I published this as a library as well. But yeah, I just ended up using this to scan the image and make sure it was safe before I processed it. So let's go back. Okay, so it looks like it was restored. I'll actually put them side by side and zoom in a little bit so you can see his face before a little bit blurry, and then after the transformation, you can see it really clears up. Thank you. And really, another thing I want to stress here is that this is one single API call to this GFP-GAN model, and that's it. Displaying it back to the user. So it's such an exciting time to be an AI engineer and to build this stuff because it's so easy and it's so impressive to other people as well. So I'm going to talk about one more project and then I'm going to start to talk about some takeaways. But before that, actually, this is like the architecture for most of my apps. Really, I use Next.js on the front end and the back end, and you saw for restore photos, there's this little upload component that I use, and so that the user uploads an image, it gets sent to cloud storage, and then I send that image URL to my Next.js API route, or you can think of it as just like a Lambda function. And then that sends it to my machine learning model, to GFP-GAN, to get restored. It gets back the image, sends it back to the client, and display it to the user. So this is kind of the architecture I use for a lot of my image-to-image side projects. By my last
Hey,
one,
we got
which,
there.
It's all happening.
I'll restart. But my last one that did the best is actually called Room GPT, and it's that idea of if you give it a room, I'm just going to give it a random living room from the internet, and we're going to select.
And
a
this is
couple
all open
themes.
source
But
MIT?
if you give it
Which one?
a room and some themes,
This Verba
the
client
idea is
thing?
that it'll
User?
use this, and it'll
Better double
help
check
you
it.
redesign your
Yeah,
room.
I don't know if it's.
I'll just use this for my
different
chatbot.
variations
Yeah,
of that
exactly.
specific room, different color themes, different like couch styles and stuff like that. So we can see it just finished. And you can see it really respects the structure of the room. So it looks the same, but it gives you, different ideas for these like tables and backgrounds and tiles and everything like that. So really the motivation behind this project was that I saw somebody else built this before, but they used Stable Diffusion. And Stable Diffusion actually does a notoriously bad job at maintaining the original structure of a room. Like you give it a room, you can tell it, okay, redesign this in this theme, and the image it produces looks nothing
Just like a
like
section
the
in the
original room.
sidebar
Like the dimensions are
of
messed up,
a
the
bunch
depth
of
is
stuff I did on
messed
how
up. And then I
AI
saw this
works
new
on
model called
various video
ControlNet that
games.
came out.
Side
And
research.
ControlNet
There's
does
a really good
really
section on The
well at
Sims in there
maintaining that
about
structure of the
utility
room. So I
AI
saw that and
that
I was
I
like, oh,
found
this
from a
is pretty
video that
cool.
Ash person had found in
So
Gatto.
I put it out there
So the
and
Sim
I
section
launched
is
it
really good
on,
for stuff
on
about
Twitter.
building
Obviously,
agents.
it's
And then the rest of
also,
it's just
it's
got a
also open
bunch of
source,
really
but I
interesting
launched it on
notes about
Twitter
how
and
other video games have
it did pretty
implemented
well on there.
advanced
And
AI
I
in
kind of
World Sims.
kept tweeting
Like
about it. Because the thing about Twitter,
like
when you tweet about
pre-LLM
something,
era, you
24
mean?
hours later, it's kind of dead. So
Yeah,
what I
like
to do now is
Skyrim's
to kind of
AI
post
and like
updates over and
how
over.
Dude,
So
I
Watch
saw
Dogs
the
handled
we had about
10,000
I saw the
people that used it in the first
coolest
12
Skyrim
hours,
mod
and
the other day that I really want
30,000
to give it
in
a
the
try.
first day,
It's
and then I added some testimonials.
Skyrim Ultima, I think it's
may
called.
or may not have paid these people.
Pretty sick.
And then, 2 days later, it had like 90,000 people, and then 3 days, 270,000 people. And so it kind of just blew up, and I feel like it was mostly because I was one of the first people to kind of productionize this ControlNet model that had just come out. So a lot of people were seeing it for the first time and using it. And most of these users, again, I can show you the analytics chart. So I have about 6 million people that have visited the site, and about a little over 2 million that have registered and used it. And you can see the vast majority
So
of the
you can
traffic
just
is
have to
just Google. It's
leave
just,
it as a clause.
straight up from Google. A lot
Interesting.
of people
I
kept
finally
sharing
got it to work.
and part of that I think
What
is
was it?
because it was open source and a lot of developers liked
what's
it
up,
and
Nick?
reshared it. But also the
Just
fact that I
default
kept it free.
audio is
So I'm gonna
different
talk
than
about how I did that
this.
when I
Sneaky,
transitioned
What's up,
to,
guys?
slides.
What's going on?
So those are some of my side projects.
I'm in
One
Guyana.
I
I
want to call out is
just
it's really a good idea
done
to
for the
use
night,
AI
so
in
I
the
decided to
tool
come
to
hang
do a
out
lot
with
of this
whoever
stuff.
was
So
online.
use GPT-4 for
There
your
we
code.
go.
We have an AI SDK
Well,
that
we
you can
were.
use,
It
Had
was
it.
Vercel, and we also have
supposed to
this
be
product
educational. It's been
V0
semi-educational,
at
I
Vercel, and so
think.
it helps
We've
you kind of
been just
generate
hanging out,
UI.
working on shit we've been
And what's
putting
really
off for
cool is you can
forever,
kind of
more
see
or
other
less.
people generating UIs. We can
Yeah,
go in,
I didn't want to
this one, for
distract,
example,
but
which looks like
I had
the
a great
Apple Notes
presentation at
UI,
the AI for
and we can
Development
actually
event in
fork it. We can look
Guyana
at the
on
code
Sick.
Friday, and
so
I've
I can
got
copy all
some
this code.
meetings
But
with
what's also
the
cool is
United
I can look at
Nations
these templates or
and
look at other
a
people's
group of
code, and I can
CEOs
fork
set
it,
up for this
similar to
week.
how I can
So
fork a GitHub repo.
I'm out
So now
hustling
this is
on
mine. I
behalf
can
of
kind
all
of
of you
add additional
guys,
prompts to
seeing
change
what
it,
we can
or I can
do
click this
in
button
terms
over
of
here
social
and
good
actually
for AI.
select different
Hell yeah, man.
elements
That's
within the
awesome.
page. So I can select this div and tell it like
There was
add
some meeting there this
3
weekend, right?
notes and alternate
There was a
colors.
conference
I
in
can press Control
Guyana
Update, and what
that
it'll do
I
is
spoke
it'll
at
just re-render
on
this
Friday.
specific div, and it'll
Oh, cool.
stream in the
I know
data
a
into
couple
our
of you
Vercel
guys know
AI
about
SDK.
it.
It'll
I know
stream in these
Yikes
React
knows about
components,
it, but
and
yeah, it was really
yeah,
productive, and
hopefully
so
it'll keep
I've got
going
some
and
meetings
add
with
all this stuff
government
in.
and
And again,
industry
as it
coming
streams in
up.
these components,
My
it adds
focus,
them
just by way of
inside of
introduction
this
to those who
code
don't
box
know
over
me,
here.
I'm
So
focused on how do we
I think
bring
it's
AI
still
to developing countries
generating.
for
But
social
eventually,
good.
it'll add all of the notes here, and
I
it'll
don't
go
want
into
to. What I'm
code and
observing
kind of
right
copy
now
and
is
paste
that
it.
AI
You can
is
also
mostly
run a
focused on
select,
how
and
to
you can see it
improve
scrolls down
the
because it's still
life
generating.
of
Here's, no
people
3, no 4, no 5.
in
There you go.
North
So
America
added the
and
5 notes.
Europe,
I can
rather
go click
than
all this
on
code
how do we
or run
improve
this
the
command
lives of
and
everyone.
get all the
And
code
that's
and kind
my
of
area
iterate
of
on
research
UIs that way. So
interest,
it's
my
just a way
area
to
of
kind of prototype a very
creation.
early UIs. So
Pretty cool.
I'm
Pretty
going to go
cool.
back
Yeah,
to
I think there were
slides
some
right now
health
to talk
meetings
about some
happening
takeaways.
this weekend. Was that part of it or something else?
So use AI tools to move
That
faster.
wasn't in
I
Guyana.
mentioned that.
Do you know where Guyana is?
I guess I don't. I don't.
No one does. It's a country of only 800,000 people. It's technically in South America, but is considered part of the Caribbean. It's the only South American country that speaks English, because it used to be controlled by the British.
Oh, gotcha. My
And it's
bad. Sorry.
it's the fastest growing economy in the world, with 50% year-on-year GDP growth.
I think the unfortunate problem is the name makes it sound like it's an African country.
I think the unfortunate problem is that is an unfortunate problem.
That's an unfortunate problem, but it clarifies the biases that Westerners have. They immediately hear a name that they're not familiar with, and they're like, "Oh, that must be in Africa," because I haven't heard that name.
My bad, my bad, my bad.
No, to me, the nomenclature, just like as somebody that deals with
It's got a
linguistics,
vibe,
like
you know? It's got a vibe.
at a basic level, it actually just sounds like the name of a country from Africa more than South America, for whatever reason.
And they consider themselves, rather than part of South America, even though they're technically on the continent, they consider themselves part of the Caribbean, not South America.
Which is a fancy word for we live on the warm water part of South America.
And we speak English, not Spanish, like or Portuguese, like all the rest of you guys.
So that's just them trying to be the cool kids.
So if you can de-risk your projects, if you can
Yeah,
we're the one British colony on the block, everybody.
You probably haven't seen the news. Venezuela's holding a referendum to declare that part of Guyana is actually part of Venezuela. And it hasn't hit Western media yet, but Venezuela's holding an internal referendum to attempt to give them permission to do what Russia did in Ukraine. They're saying the referendum says that 2/3 of Guyana is going to be is actually belonging to Venezuela. It's not globally. Nothing's ever going to happen. The U.S., Britain, China will not stand for it because they're the investors in the oil industry here. But it is it is the biggest issue here in the country that Venezuela wants to take over 2/3 of the country.
High quality open source project, put it out there, put like a $50 limit on it.
So have you been living in Guyana for a while?
No, I'm based in Nicaragua, but I've spent the last 15 years in developing countries like these. So I'm just here because I was invited to speak at the event on Friday, and then now I've got a week of meetings with government and industry.
A lot of my AI projects free.
Cool. Yeah, no, I think it's an important topic, and other developing countries or other countries are talking about, like even developed countries are probably, well, I don't know if talking about is the right word, but to see how it can be democratized or more accessible to the population.
Well, the developed countries don't know what to do, so you know that developing countries know even less. So my area of interest is to try and find one government that I can work with to intimately involve AI into the society of that country. So big picture, but
some countries that I know that may be more open to it. Like what would be like Malta, maybe, or some of the Eastern Bloc ones.
Malta might be open to it. Cayman Islands, I spent 5 weeks there earlier this year. They would be open to it, but it's hard because they're a British overseas territory. Grenada might also be open to it. There's a few potential leaders, but ultimately my thesis is that there's going to be one developing country, like one of the global south, that's going to lead the way in using AI tools to change the lives of their citizens. I want to find that country and spend all my effort there so that we can demonstrate how to do it to others. What's that?
I was just wondering what are your top 3?
Well, my area of interest right now is the Caribbean, because there's 32 countries, or there's 32 countries with a combined population of only 44 million, and there's 26 of those countries that have under 1 million people. So those are, and some of those are the richest countries in the world, like Cayman Islands, Bahamas, and Bermuda, and some of them
Cayman
are
isn't
the
even a
poorest.
country so much as it is an offshore tax haven.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that within the 32 countries of the Caribbean, you've got microcosms of different economies, from the poorest to the richest.
more
and
often
if we
than not,
can
they're like, oh, this is my
use
second project.
a few of them
And
to
I just stare
implement
at them.
AI level solutions at a nation
You can't
level,
go to the gym
we can
for
provide
the
a
second time
roadmap
ever
to bigger,
and then
more
look down and be
complicated
like, look at my
countries.
biceps. Like, where? It doesn't work like that, you know? You have to go to the gym consistently over months to see
There's other
gains.
countries on the
The same
list
thing
like
happens with side
Kiribati,
projects and coding in general. And
Vanuatu,
if you're an engineer, that's
but
even
those
better.
are in the
I'm not
Pacific,
an
and those are
engineer,
very
actually.
expensive places to travel
I don't write
to.
code for
So,
most of my
and
time
they're very
at
isolated,
work,
so
and I
they're
just learned
not
to
the
code a few years
ideal
ago. So
countries
I
to
think
start.
genuinely anybody
So
could
the
do it.
Caribbean I view as a
You just have to
microcosm
kind of
of
put
the
out
global
the, put in
economy,
the hours and build
and
and
an
get things behind it.
opportunity for us
Thank you so much for
to
having me.
demonstrate what nation level solutions might look like.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I apologize. My wife just called me, and I ignored her. I was on mute, and give her a call back. One sec.
When the fuck do I do this again? YAML. YAML. Yeah, safe load. Am I still in Discord?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, just everyone's really quiet.
Hmm.
Well, that took significantly longer than I thought. What's up, everybody?
You're alive. Hello.
I'm surprised we still made it here. Let's see. Wait a second. Why can't I hear anything? Let me try this.
In this episode, we sit down with Jason Liu, the co-creator.
Bloop, and then... Hmm. Okay, let's see.